Hello, hello everyone. Or I guess just Cosmic right now. How are you doing? How goes the attempt to turn me into a woman? That's gonna be the weirdest thing I've ever opened a stream with. I noticed in chat, and well, in Discord, they're talking about, oh, we gotta start writing fan fiction next. For some weird reason, all the ladies of my viewers want to turn me into a lady as well. I know how that goes. You'll hate me after I become a woman, though. You know it. I know how catty you ladies get. Hello, everyone who's just joining us. How are you? Hope you've been having a good day. I decided I'm playing another, doing another episode of this tonight. Didn't feel like buying a new game to play or downloading an old one. Do Backstreet bang. What the hell was that accent? Do Backstreet Boy, Backstreet Boy memes really get a ban? Come on. Do you really think we'd ban you for that? It makes for a good joke, though. Maybe we will. I might be in a bad mood, you know. You're also trying to turn me into a cowgirl. What started this recent trend? I mean, I don't mind it. You'll knock yourself out. I'm just interested in what was a spark on the Discord for this turn of events. Now you got the rest of chat wondering if I would look hot as a woman. What a time to be playing this game, by the way. What a time. Half of my chat Discord is like, I wish Dartigan was a girl. And they're drawing weird fan art. You got tired of waiting? Unfortunately, I don't have any sisters. Can someone please send a link? You can find it on my Discord's fan art section. It's right in there. If you want the Discord link, you can just type that into chat. The code, that is. Can you die in this game? Highly doubtful, unless it's one of the endings. Now, Donamite just draws me as JoJo characters. Chat, I miss green tea already. I'm going to like order some off Amazon or something. So how many of you managed to snag yourself a PS5 pre-order yesterday or today? I wasn't aiming for the PS5 pre-order. I was trying to get my hands on a 380 GTX RTX GPU. That didn't happen. Those sold out before they were actually even available. Mainly because of bot accounts, I'm guessing, or also just low stock. So, yeah, everyone was very happy, I think, when it came to buying new technology today. Who is my favorite character so far? I don't really have a favorite character. I'm not really invested enough. We've only met like 1, 2, 3. Well, haven't been a lot of characters yet. Just the two sisters, and there's a guy on a boat, and a cop, and a clerk, and a religious lady, and a drunk guy. One time you almost drew me as Dinobot from Beast Wars. I wouldn't mind that. I would not mind that at all. Here, let me give you this blanket statement. Draw me as anything you would like to draw me as. You won't hear a word of I won't be upset. I can take it. Get as weird and freaky as you want. I'll probably laugh at along with you. There's nothing I like better than laughing at myself. It's, it's very therapeutic. You'll take 5 minutes on Microsoft Paint. Hey, if you can draw something nice in Microsoft Paint, that's the true mark of an artist. Maybe we should have like a draw stream where I just draw things that chat describes. I mean, I'm a terrible fucking artist. I mean, absolutely atrocious. All the art drawing skill went to my older brother. He was a fucking talented ass artist. I'm like the wordsmith of the brothers. I was the one who like could form these savage, wreckful sentences. That was not a good description of a savage sentence, though. Savage and wreckful. But no, my older brother, he was award-winning for, well, he won one award. They hung like a Terminator head he drew up in an airport. So I wish I would have gotten that talent as too. I wanted to be like have all of them, massed in one body, sort of like how should I put it? I got to use like a more up to date reference, like all the Infinity Stones in one place, and like all the brotherly skills. You need my hair color? It's kind of dishwater blondish. Pretty much. Just look up dishwater blonde, and it should give you an idea. Yeah, if you're looking at clip images of me, that's mainly the lighting in my room isn't going to give you the actual hair color, since the lighting in my office is not great for getting the correct color analysis. We're talking about something personal and serious, or is it safe to do something unserious? We're about as unserious as you can get. We're literally talking about people drawing me as a woman on my Discord. Right, my fan base wants me to transition. When we get samples of my hair, you mean clippings? Are you asking for hair clippings? Dartigan, can we get just few of your precious locks? Can you tell in little words what happened yesterday on the game? You watched half of it. The brother got out of juvie. They're twins. They went back to their old home to get it ready to sell it, and they discovered a journal or books that showed their mother wasn't as bad as they thought she was. Then we later discovered that the one who went to juvie wasn't the one who killed their mom in self-defense. It was the one who stayed away from it because they, made some kind of pact. And now we're looking into the mystery of our mother and why she lost her mind or went crazy or something. Solace, thank you for the 500 bits first and foremost. Hot take, Super Mario 64 DS is the definitive Super Mario 64 when you apply the 360-degree analog movement. Hack, agree or agree? Well, I've actually only ever played, I didn't get Super Mario on the Super Nintendo, on the N64. The only version of Mario 64 I've ever played was on the DS that I had. And I couldn't get into it for the life of me. I think it was just too old at that point. So if there's a hack that made it better, I'd probably agree with you if I played it. For some strange reason, you just got a picture of a fan just drawing you having sex. Hey, you can draw that if you like. Just, make me good. Yeah, Darty, I like the way you thrust. Powerful strokes. I respect my wrong opinion, good. Well, as long as you can respect it and acknowledge that I'm more than welcome to be a dumbass, I will offer you the same opportunities to make yourself and embarrass yourself in front of other people by stating your opinions. It's really fun, everyone should try it. That will draw me with a furry? Yeah, probably. I'm tempting fate with this cast of degenerates I've got in front of me. Let me publish this YouTube video before I forget. I really wish YouTube Twitch didn't have in their contract that you must stream only on our network, because I could actually stream to both YouTube and Twitch simultaneously, if not. I still wonder if I could get away with it, because I doubt they ever actually check that out unless you're a really big streamer. You're actually here for once, well, welcome. Welcome. You're about to be incredibly disappointed. You'll make me hot, don't worry. Oh, thank you. Being a degenerate? Yeah, everyone's a degenerate these days. Everyone's horny and no one's happy. That always leads to degeneracy. That was a very profound statement I just had. You can quote me on that one. Everyone's horny, no one's happy. And then take a sip of tea to make it even more profound afterward. What Sin video do you think has had the worst feedback? It's one of three. Spec Ops, my first Last of Us 2 video, or Red Dead Redemption 2. But I'm going to guess it's probably the Spec Ops video. I think the other two are mainly just fanboy anti-reaction, just like, you know, knee-jerk. Whereas some people with the Spec Ops thing may have had some good arguments, because I was kind of mean on that one. Sounds like the quote of the decade. It could at least very well summarize 2020. Should anti-maskers be purged? No, just keep your distance. Treat them like people who are smoking indoors. What is my opinion of the game at the moment? It's better than Life is Strange 2 was. Not a high bar, I know. But so far it hasn't done anything that's, you know, turned me off, I guess you could say. But we still have 2 episodes to get through. Who knows what'll happen. Forgot where, but anti-maskers were being forced to dig graves. But somewhere in Asia, I think. I think it was the Philippines. Or Indonesia, one. Am I excited for Gears, God of War? I have to figure out if you're talking about Gears of War or God of War. But definitely God of War. Once I see footage of it. I don't get excited over a piece of text telling me a game is in development. I mean, I already knew that was likely to be the case. Girth or width? Are you asking me which I would prefer to use or have done to me? Because that's a weird question. Why not both? You should do everything wrong with COD Black Ops. I'll be doing that one, don't worry. Isn't this from that Backstreet Boys song? Congratulations, you're the first to point that out. Look at the big brain on Nuwo. I kid. I think people have been making that joke ever since this game was announced. Tell me why. I want it. I don't even know if I'm singing the right lyrics. You know, when Backstreet Boys were a thing, I was part of that anti-boy band camp. Like, oh, this fucking shit sucks. Put on Limp Bizkit. I just want to break stuff. Give me the true music, you know, Fred Durst. That's how I talked also, by the way, in high school. Like, yeah, just very coughed out sentences. Yeah, fucking cool. And yet here I am, years later, sipping tea with you nice folks, playing a, you know, very, very gentle, thoughtful game. Forgot the Backstreet Boys were a thing. They didn't really last as long as NSYNC did. Or do any of the Backstreet Boys actually have a career in music now? I mean, even out of NSYNC, only one does. And even he hasn't done much recently, from what I can tell. This is set in Alaska. It's not set in Juneau. It's set in a rural town in Alaska somewhere. This is the actual title. Yeah, Tell Me Why is the actual title of the game. Not exactly a thrilling title, is it, when you see it on the store shelves? Backstreet Boys are still together. Really? What are they doing? Like Vegas shows? Because I haven't heard anything from them. I mean, they kind of like after the 90s were over, you didn't hear them anymore. Aren't they like all in like their mid 40s now at this point? I mean, if you still got the moves and you've been aging well, I guess you could still pull it off. On your earlier note, if you play 3D Mario on stream like during a break between Sin games, you'll waste all the coins you've saved toward Persona 5. You can do that anytime. Or you can keep saving them. I can't be bribed, you see. Especially with fake money. They've put out singles here and there. Any of them good? No, I really only recall like their first big hit was, you know, Backstreet's Back, alright. And I just sung it in the completely wrong key. Try doing a Herbert the Pervert impression. I don't even know what that sounds like. Beyond me, I haven't seen Herbert the Pervert. I can do a pretty good impression of the pedophile guy from Family Guy. Come here, you little bitch. I got candy. my pocket. Come on over. But that's a real easy one to do. Alright, Chad, I think we're good and warmed up. Should we get started? Oh, that is Herbert? Oh, well, I didn't know he had an actual name. There you go. Request granted. Well, now that we're all warmed up and I let my leg fall asleep by doing the manly leg cross, I'm ready to play some games. Oops. What have I done? What have I done? That's not what I wanted to do. Get that off. Go away. Sometimes technology scares me. Family Guy made a new show called Name That Animal's Penis. Like a fake TV show inside of the show? That sounds like one of those things they would do. I only liked Family Guy before it was canceled the first time. Then, when it came back, it was like weirdly preachy. And not as funny. Maybe they wanted that, to do that South Park thing where they have a moral.
Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, there lived a pair of crafty goblins.
I didn't appreciate having flashbacks told to me through a child book's storytelling in the last Life is Strange game. I don't really appreciate it here either.
Overwhelmed the big wooden house in which they lived.
Someone on the Discord got sent to horny jail? You mean just someone got emoted at?
Brother Goblin was forced to leave the forest, while his sister had to stay behind.
Yeah, it was wolves last time, but we switched to goblins.
Later, they were finally reunited, and together, they decided to confront the darkness in the big wooden house.
What stylistic children's storybook kind of thing will they choose for the next game?
That no one wanted to delve into the long gone past.
My guess is otters. Otters are big no.
This is how the goblins found themselves alone in the woods, trying to discover why darkness had submerged the big wooden house.
You say oyster high on cocaine. Now that's an animal I wouldn't mind being represented by. Looks very night in the woodsy. Yeah, I never got around to playing that game. Lasagna.
Tomorrow we should play Compass and North Star in the woods.
Be sure to wear your hat then.
You be sure to wear your hat.
Chat, twins run in my family. If I ever had kids, there's a chance, it could happen. 2 for 1.
All right, who wants ice cream?
Me!
Ice cream that looks like
Eat
lettuce somehow. Weird.
Without a word, she went
Triplets?
out and
Those are
buried the tiara in the
no triplet
ground
family
beneath
history.
the sapling. And as the final scoop of dirt fell, the tiara felt truly gone.
What
And with
alphabet was
The
that?
final link to her old self. She could
That did not
only
look
go
like the English
forward and
alphabet she was
find
reading.
A new place for herself in this world, where she was no longer truly a princess in a tiara.
She reading like a
and beautiful
Sumerian or some shit? I don't
gown,
know.
but a wan woman, alone in a deep and
Mother is a
ancient
witch.
wood. And that was how the princess lost her most precious treasure. And her title.
Yeah, that is
like
definitely
that story.
unless it's like really
There were
flowery,
no goblins,
font.
And it was depressing.
We won't read it again.
I love you, Mom. Not me. Just kidding. Love you, Mom.
Mwah. I love you too.
Will they have
Sleep well and
alternative
dream
or
night
rhyming
times.
names? I like to think I'm better than that. I just named them both the same thing, actually. You will both be called Sally. That way I don't have to worry about getting it wrong.
Ollie? Ollie?
That's horrible? No, I think it's awesome. I'd give them each a unique middle name, though, so they could like go by their middle initial.
What a waste.
No, no. Think of the calories.
Allison! Ollie! Allison, help!
That's the start of a bad habit. You know, instead of getting the late night, drink, just chug the ice cream milk. You do that. I haven't had ice cream in a while. I usually only get ice cream when it's soft serve these days. I only like artisanal ice cream, you see. Made by the trained, refined hands of an artist.
We need to call for help. Allison.
Do you think murder is good for burning off the calories?
I killed her.
Yeah, you gotta think it's, gets the blood pumping. Does she have PTSD? Not that we know of, but that was right after she stabbed her mother. So I guess you might have a reason to be a little bit shocked at that point. Are there any Backstreet Boys songs that would actually fit this game at all, or are they all about cooing at the girl you like? Speaking of music video, this is starting to look like one. What are we doing, sis? We're acting weird. Yeah, it's definitely probably gonna get copyrighted claim. Well, they'll mute the VOD. Oh well. Doesn't Don't Nod? Well, Don't Nod does this at the beginning of all their games now, of an episode of thing. How do we start our game? Music video intro. Flashback to childhood and go. Did she know there was a brick in it? Evening L, you'll try not to fall asleep and somehow find your cat reported Dartigan this time. I'll find your cat. Reported me? Your cat is reporting me. I'm impressed by this thing. Brick pillow. Chad, they're good for your posture. They're reliving their childhood, apparently. Really cheesy. I think Don't Nod is kind of stuck in an 80s vibe, but they're making their games in the wrong time setting. Hello, how is the game, and are you a simp now? You're only a simp if you want to, if you're hoping that money will get you to, a date with me. I think that's the key element of simping. If I give them my money, they'll want to be with me. Oh, you do? Well, maybe you're a simp. First, you gotta send the nudes, though. I kid. It's very likely you're a guy.
Hey. You doing all right?
I thought coming here would be closing a chapter of our lives, you know?
But also, thank you for the bits, by the way.
Spun off a whole miserable prequel trilogy.
Is it good yet? Well, it's not bad.
Okay. No.
I mean, it's
We're
not blowing my
letting
mind or
ourselves do this
anything.
again. Come on. Up. Mind-numbing labor's a
I
great
think I've
way
like
to forget
seen
your
this
troubles.
exact story in like books and movies I didn't like
Can't we
though.
just have coffee instead?
No.
You know,
On
the
your
whole
feet,
coming back
soldier.
home after a tragic event, finding out things weren't what they seem. It's kind of like what you write for like, your first
Let's
creative writing class
take
in
a break
college.
from packing and sort out the furniture. If we get enough done, I'll drive you into town and buy you a gallon of
By the
ice
way,
cream.
never take writing classes in college.
Mint chocolate chip, 2 gallons. Let's do this. Goblin face is keep. $sign is donate or sell, and trash can is, well, trash. By the way, I cleared out most of the stuff in the bathroom this morning, but I left you the toilet.
How very
Which
generous
college
of
did I
you.
go to? I can't give you that information. That would possibly reveal your area I live in.
Hello, ancient broken-down machines that will be the future owner's problem.
It's not like I actually went there for very long. You would simp for you, but there's something very important missing in that mix. Money, yeah. Don't worry about spending money on my dumbass. Especially if you're actually hard up for cash. Take care of yourself. Do I get many simps? I don't encourage people to give me money unless it's something they really want to do. And they actually can afford it. And realize that that they should also just keep it to a reasonable level. I mean, if you want to sub for a month or two, that's fine. More than enough. I couldn't ask more than that from anyone. You don't have to send me hundreds of dollars or anything like that.
What to do with this?
Keep table.
Tables are expensive. And besides, this one's an Allison and Tyler original.
I mean, you just need some wax, it'll be fine. When we subscribe with Twitch Prime, is that the equivalent of Tier 1 sub money? Yes, exactly the same, in fact. Oh, look at that. We stick that on with gum.
What's this doing down here?
But,
Is that...
yeah, just
Gum?
if you want to spend something, yeah, just make it reasonable. You don't have to worry
guess that
about
was probably
blowing
me.
your entire paycheck on a stupid streamer. We're not worth it. If you're being a cool person, just chatting in chat, you're already doing a lot to help
I
anyways.
completely forgot we had a pet Volt for a few days.
And Base Clef is here to like, well, fuck you, I'm giving you $15 anyways, huh?
Good thing Mary
I am
Ann
simping
actually
respectfully.
cheated
Respectful
on
simping, okay.
spotlight.
Well, thank you, by the way, Base. I much appreciate it. I will use that towards... No, I don't even know what I'll use that towards. I don't really plan ahead on my purchases. My new GPU or something, I guess.
I guess it's finally time to take these pictures down.
Yeah. Still deciding what to do with them.
McDonald's? No, I don't eat at McDonald's. They're happy memories.
I mean,
Are we
most of
high
them
right
are
now?
pretty
God, I
happy
wish.
memories.
I guess.
Yo, speaking of
cute
drugs,
That's
like,
not
if
me.
you would have walked in
I
on me
mean,
earlier today
it
while I
is,
was filling up
but-
a bunch of capsules, you probably would have suspected I'm like, what the hell are you into now?
But
You remember
Because
how I'd spend hours
the other day
in
I had
front
a
of the mirror
FedEx delivery
just
of like a bunch of
gathering all
empty
my hair
gelatin
behind my
capsules
head?
and like a filling
Sure.
wand for them
Dressed like this.
and a bunch of powders,
with the long
but it's
hair.
all supplement
It
stuff.
was like no one could really
I was
see
like
me,
mixing
you know?
together. You know, it's a very
I was the invisible
bitter
boy.
tasting
Damn.
supplement
picture
that I
could
don't
draw
like to
me
put in
like this
drinks,
anymore.
so I'm just putting them into gel capsules instead, so I can take them that way. But still, it just feels
Has
weird when you're sitting there
therapy helped
filling
at
up
all?
capsules. Like,
Oh,
wow,
Yeah, definitely.
what it's come to, huh?
My therapist really heard me one.
This game's
I said I
supernatural,
was a guy,
only very
and
slightly.
she
They
helped
have
me
a
get ready
psychic
for
bond.
The reactions I'd get, you know. It's dealing with other people.
Which part
that's
of
been
my
way
supplement
harder than
stack is this?
figuring
This is
myself out.
L-arginine. Was it
At the end of the
L-arginine?
day, being able to look in the mirror
Let me go
and
look at it
see
real quick
Tyler,
while they're talking.
that's made the biggest difference. Which is why I'm scheduling my top surgery as soon as we sell this house. No more putting a binder on every morning. God, that sounds fucking amazing.
yeah, totally. Just so you know, I'll be there to help out when you do. Whatever you need.
Thanks.
It's L-arginine alpha
What's your verdict,
ketoglutarate.
Roman?
You know what? I'll keep a few. To remind us how far we've come.
Would you recommend either an M.2 drive or an SSD? If your computer supports M.2, I can't think of any reason you wouldn't want to go for that over an SSD right now. Unless you just really want a big, chunk of... hold on, had a T-burp. A big chunk of storage space. I missed the part where Tyler mentions he still has boobs. I'm not seeing them. He's hiding them very well and taping them down then. But it's recorded, don't worry. I'll see it when I go through footage eventually. Got a binder on.
Oh man,
Has to be
I
uncomfortable.
love this one.
Why do I look so pissed?
Why
I
are there no
remember
subtitles?
loving
Because
this.
I'm recording
Maybe
this.
because Marianne
And if
was
you've ever
sticking a
watched my
camera in your
videos, you know
face?
that I put my own subtitles in for what I'm saying. And they conflict with each other. Makes it hard to read. What's this game about? Discovering why our mother went crazy, apparently. Got a memory.
Lasagna! Lasagna!
Finish your salad first. Thank you, Tessa. You're a lifesaver.
No, don't worry about it. They're just leftovers from the restaurant.
What about Volcano? She needs to eat her lunch too.
Wait a minute. The lasagna! A
Quite
crazy
right,
church lady brought it over.
Ugh, she can have my corn.
Here you
Put something in the
go.
lasagna.
You must be hungry too.
Gaffer tape? That's what Princess
Looks
Leia
like
did?
Tessa didn't have that broom up her ass back then.
Wait, didn't I look under the table already? Did. You got a guest sub to the channel you don't watch. Well, you probably have, like, followed it at some point and just don't watch it anymore, and those are given out randomly, so you can still get one.
Ugh, gross stain is gross.
What happened?
Some unfortunate spillage that brought about the end of indoor tea parties. I
Safe
hid the
moves.
stain with my toys.
So what's your
forgetting that
current
they
supplement
would
stack
eventually
anyway?
be picked
Last I
up.
heard you weren't
Brilliant
taking
move,
all that
Ronan.
many, but the L-arginine... Yeah, L-arginine's new. Just a second. Scared.
I was so
it
afraid
hasn't really
that
changed
Marianne
beyond
would
that.
ground me for the rest of my life.
But she didn't, right?
No. I remember her saying that sufficiently adventurous play ensures
Just
that
NMN,
accidents will happen.
resveratrol,
And that it
then,
wasn't a big deal.
bison every once in a while.
Still, no more tea parties
and
inside.
methylfolate. And then there's rootin powder, green tea extract, parsley extract, and a few others. Well, one or two others I can't recall the name of just right now. I smell memories.
Come on, honey, smile like Allison.
Hold up your fish.
It's not my fish anymore.
Wait, was that our
Allison
dad?
stole it.
No, it's the cop.
My sister. The
But
fish
yeah, the
thief.
arginine stuff's apparently good for
You were just
developing
being bratty.
muscles.
Was I though?
Yes. All I did was help clean it when we were out on the porch. Eddie had to force you to share.
We're getting so many memories.
Allison, I asked you to clean up the coffee table 3 times already.
Oops. I forgot.
Steady now. Take your time. He's not gonna jump up and
Well, I
do
think
the
that
cha-cha.
the old guy with a gun had a
What
had
about
a
me?
crush on her
I
mom.
want to clean the fish too.
It's not even your fish. You didn't catch anything.
Ugh. Only because you wouldn't stop talking and scared all the fish away.
Keep your eyes on what you're
They
doing.
leaned into it. Twins of uncertain parentage. Well, it becomes a completely different game at that point.
Allison, when we're done with this half, you can take over and do the other one. That sound fair?
Yes.
Tried playing Life is Strange 2, but couldn't finish it. Said to myself, this is why I love Watchmen. Handles being woke and political commentary the right way. You mean the movie or the comic? Or the TV show? I haven't seen the TV show. But yeah, Life is Strange 2 is not great. Very messy game.
All right. I'll clean it up.
Thanks. While you do that, I'll check out the furniture. I'm guessing you want to keep the coffee table?
You know, it's hard wood. It's good stuff. Just needs, like, cleaning up.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Sure. I'm not really planning on bringing furniture to Denali. And
The
if I
movie
need
does
a
it the
base in
absolute
Juneau,
worst.
You'll have all the furniture
Just
I need.
very.
Oh,
The movie's
very
actually very
non-committal
close
of
to
you.
the actual
All right.
comic, and even
I'll
like
keep it.
shot for shot sometimes. Which is that you. I think that also kind of proved you can't really do a shot for shot, you know, comic book movie.
I really like that armchair.
Oh shit! Got a cup in my hand, game. You like the mold smell?
On second thought, never mind.
Keep everything.
Maybe it'll be salvageable with a deep clean?
Didn't spot the obviously sudden changes in the Arctic, the attitude of their
And
mother. Apparently not.
finally, I hate to say it, but the couches get a one-way ticket to the dump.
No protest here. I think I have permanent knee damage from a decade of bumping into the corner of those damn things.
You know,
Well,
cleaning
then
means
that's it for
dusting
living.
too, girl.
You were relieved from your duties.
Just dropped into the live. I'm a big fan. Sorry if I wrote something wrong. You're Brazilian. No, you're perfectly fine. Xyrix, I believe. Welcome, and thank you for your kind words. Hope you enjoy the next video, whatever that may be. Probably going to be Marvel Avengers. I'm kind of sick and tired of working on, you know, Mortal Kombat, and I have the suspicion that YouTube is, you know, not really pushing those through the algorithm very well. They're not exactly doing great. Even though I've kept all the actual violence,
Are you
you know, anything gory out of the videos. Well, that was a waste. What's this game about? Finding out why your mom went crazy, apparently. Tea.
That's a nice face.
I wonder if my horse figurine is still in there.
You're what now?
You're what now?
You know, my blue toy horse. With the kind of melted face. The one you stole from me.
What? That never happened.
Yeah,
Will we
it
ever
did.
get a
I
dex
won
cam?
it
My
at that
cat does
little
not sit
Halloween
still long
carnival
enough
they
for
had
that
at
to
the
ever
school
work.
every year. You grabbed it and hid it in the pot. Then when I tried to get it back,
Nor does she
you said
have
there
any
was a
place where
snake
she normally
inside, too.
sits that is near my computer.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. I think I
That
remember
my,
the
you know,
snake part,
camera
but
could even,
you
you know,
didn't
watch.
win that horse. I did. And you were crying because you
Why
hadn't
don't I
won
just order
anything,
green
so
tea
I
off
gave it to
Amazon? I'm
you.
probably going
That
to,
makes
actually.
No sense.
I was
Why
kind of
would
hoping
you
they'd get
hide
it back
if
in
you
stock
gave it to me?
eventually.
Because kids are kids.
Since it'll just add extra cost to it if I buy it offline. Can't wait for the Avengers video. I'm looking forward to the Kamala sins. Yeah, there should be some good sins from what I remember when I played through it a week ago. But it's nice to get away from Mortal Kombat, though. Those are just kind of a pain to write. Dump in cake. Can of cherry, huh? Is it? Oh, it's sherry. Or no, it is cherry. Never mind.
Ancient appliances, you are staying here. Although, that oven looks in okay enough shape.
No way. We are not moving the oven.
You know, we cleaned this entire house with one bottle of all-purpose cleaner. Supposedly. The floors, it also looks pretty dirty, actually. Did I get my PS5 pre-order? No. I didn't even attempt it. Since I don't really need a PS5 at launch. The only game on it that I would need to, you know, send is the new Spider-Man game, and that's also coming out on PS4. So I don't need to, like, worry about getting that immediately. I did try to get a RTX 3080 today. That didn't happen either,
right?
because those
What
are...
about that dresser?
If you want your towels to rot,
I don't think those
go
things
for it.
technically exist yet. Because apparently no one managed to get one. Unless you actually went to a store and got one. That had them in stock.
Maybe
No one
someone could
online
clean
seemed
it
to,
up?
you know, manage
It's
to
well
get one.
made.
Your call.
Flash.
Junkyard.
Friend also tried to get it through 3080. The problem was the online sale was that they all got shanghaied by second-party bot purchases. They can resell them on eBay. It's a possibility.
Thanks for clearing out
I'm
those
guessing a lot of
cabinets.
crypto miners
My
might have
pleasure.
bought up a lot. They have a lot of influence in a lot of other markets. You're like, hey, tell me that before the street date.
Oh, ew, ew, ew. Rav and
But I
Sarah.
also think it's probably a low stock.
God, I can still taste it. Put it away. Ugh.
Say ah.
Maybe I'll have better luck with the 3090,
remember
since I
cutting off
don't
shaving
think crypto
cream
miners are
here.
looking for that one,
Yeah.
since that one costs too much to make it profitable. So maybe I'll try, even though that's a more expensive card, maybe I'll try for the 3090 in a few days. But I'm gonna guess it'll probably have the same issue. Have you played a game with a plot so stupid that it really hurt trying to understand it? Yes, plenty. Kingdom Hearts, comes to mind. Mortal Kombat 11 also. That got pretty stupid. And so there'd be more PS5s than PS4 at launch. I don't remember having any difficulty getting a PS4 when it launched. I got it day one.
Everywhere I look, there's just stuff.
Not something that Nvidia is
stuff,
actually
and more
incentivized to prevent.
Mary and the
And
magpie.
news on card stock is that they're going to be randomly coming back in at various amounts. You might have to put in auto buy stock watcher. Yeah. Oh, God, that company pisses me off sometimes. 2020, you tell me you can't do this properly. So let me, like, pre-order it and just have a queue. Simple as that. Right, upstairs we go. Or no, kitchen table.
Crummy table and wobbly chairs.
Sell.
We could make some pretty good money if we sell this. And I know I'd end up eating on
Has
the
there ever
couch
been a
most
game
of the time
controls that
anyway.
drove you crazy? Plenty. Most of them are older, though.
Oh, God, what's that smell?
What's that smell?
You're doing a great job.
You didn't feel that.
Thanks.
Remember.
What's
Now, they
that
could have called this game
smell?
Remember
Smells
Us
like
instead of,
delicious garbage.
tell me why.
Ooh, yes, delicious indeed. Or could it be Stinky Pants Sam?
Okay, I guess that's
Oh,
our dad.
Stinky Pants Sam!
Come on now. Sam got that smell getting a skunk out of our barn. Be nice.
A skunk? What did you do to her? Is she okay?
Sure is. She just went hunting for food and couldn't get back out. All she needed was
I guess people would have thought that'd be a sequel to Remember Me, though.
Sam can't
But Remember Me never really
hero
fit that
of
game very
skunk
well
kind.
either.
I remember being
Don't know how to
super
title
impressed
these
by
right, do
him,
they?
And it made me want to be a wild animal superhero too.
You hungry? We have a whole lot of nothing.
Ketchup?
I was hoping maybe you could make me
What's
one of
what's in the bottle?
pickle and ketchup sandwiches.
Maybe it's mustard. No pickle. No, it's ketchup.
I'm sorry, sir. We are all out of pickles today. Could I interest you in a ketchup-only sandwich? Looks like there's still a
That's
bottle
Sam,
back
not
here.
their dad. Oh,
Ew.
Says the guy who
Hard to
used
tell
eat
when he's just a
peanut butter with
you know,
ranch.
ghostly apparition.
So good. Hey, Allison, come take a break with me.
God, you're so needy.
Starting the fire again?
Yeah, I'm gonna boil some water. You want something to drink?
Tea.
Earl Grey or chai?
Your call. I'm fixing myself a good old cup of joe.
Ah, a nice pot of
Earl
wakey
Grey,
wakey juice.
hot.
Papa needs his rocket fuel.
What power do they have? They have a
I'm so glad
telekinetic
Eddie
twin
came
link
through on the caffeine.
that lets them also see each other's memories.
The Ice King is sending us a warning.
Like such as this.
For your punishment, said the Ice King, you shall be banished from the forest. And if you dare
Do you
come
think
back,
the first Last of Us was really hard to develop with its time rewinding thing, and that's why they've made all the mystical powers kind of lame since then?
Whoosh!
Huh. Do you think the Ice King would really react that way? He may be intimidating, but he's always
Or
fair.
I mean, Life is Strange. Well,
Oh, yeah.
when they
You're
had time
right.
rewinding,
Maybe
or did I say
he tells
Last
the
of Us?
goblins to help the people they hurt instead?
Great idea, sweetie. Why don't we think about it at dinner? I'll put everything away for safekeeping.
So it seems like they're avoiding doing anything like that again.
Can you put them in the binder so they don't get stained?
Of course, love.
I still think my dark and twisty version was better.
We put so many hours into that book.
Yeah. Our binder was full of extra drawings and incomplete stories.
Remember
Think
that
they're all
one
still in the
shooter let you
kitchen drawer?
rewind time?
should go
There's
take
been
a
a couple of shooters that have time travel. Was it? It's called Singularity or something, wasn't it? Guess I'll
Check
go
this out.
upstairs.
And what do you know? More stuff. Those paddles are pretty cool.
Dibs.
Make an excellent hunting lodge. Hello, fairy goddess. How's it going?
Baloney. Guess who I found? Baloney.
I want her to try drinking that
Why, yes.
decade-old
I would
juice
love to have
box.
a tea party with you. Again.
Big
For the
slurp.
third time today.
Also, there's a Roblox character there, I think. Or is that
We should gather
Master
up
Chief?
all our old toys and give them to charity.
I mean, this is published by
I
Xbox.
said
That
we
could
should
be a
give
Master
our old
Chief.
toys to charity.
Look right under the lamp,
Good
chat.
idea. Except for maybe one or two.
Softy.
Can't get any closer to it. Funko Pop Master Chief. It's confirmed to be Master Chief? Yeah, that's what I thought. The yellow visor is the big tell.
Hey,
Marcus
did you
Phoenix.
finish packing upstairs?
Nope. There's way too much junk to sort through.
Chief, mind telling me what you're doing in a small block toy? You mind what you're telling me what you're doing in Alaska?
Oh, wait. It's just
Sir,
Clever. Clever.
I'm growing as a human being.
There's a paper plane stuck in the ceiling light.
maybe it has a secret message from our past selves. Find something and knock it down.
I could use that ball. Okay, let's see if I can still do this.
$5 says you miss. Ow!
I didn't mean to. Oh, shit. I thought I was telling him to throw me
I
something.
win. Pay up.
Oh, shut up. Hey, Tyler.
Hayes for horses, Allison.
It drove me so crazy when Marianne
Well, I guess
said
we don't
that.
get the letter now, huh? Oh well, it was worth it to beat him in the back of the head with a ball.
5 little monkeys jumping on the bed.
Tell me why
Hey,
Master
Tyler.
Chief Edition.
How does 5 little
He'd be a
monkeys
good
go
addition to this
again?
type of game.
5 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell down and
Especially
bumped
Master
his
Chief's
head.
yelled childhood.
Mama called the doctor. The
Taken from his
doctor
family,
said,
trained to be a weapon.
"No more
You could do it."
monkeys jumping on the bed.
Will this ever stop feeling so weird?
Ugh. Congratulations, you found the map. I will lead you on with no mishap. Follow my trails of twinkling stones, and perchance you'll escape the unknown. God, we sucked as children.
So long, trusty bunk beds.
Just realized that our protagonist power is literally forced flashback. It is, but you know, at least you get to move around. It's kind of like you're not getting into the X-Men with this power. Dear Ollie, how are you? I'm in a boathouse and everything is going very well. I am writing this letter to formally invite you to my tea party. I'll prepare tea and cookies and you can meet my dearest friend Baloney, who I know you will love. Please come this afternoon at 4 p.m. Kind regards. Others may not understand the laughs we have shared together, and love we share for each other. But I know whatever happens, every goblin has a twin. Love you, happy Siblings Day. Does my Bologna have a first name? I don't remember the lyrics to that song. It's been a while. My baloney has a first name. It's and yeah, wasn't big into children's tunes.
You gonna come back down to help me or what?
Oscar? Oh, Oscar Mayer. It was a commercial, wasn't it? Here's a fact, chat. I fucking hate bologna. God awful. I don't want anyone eats it. Hey, where's my tea at, by the way?
Hey, they're in here.
Cheap? Yeah, I had to eat it when I was a kid because it was cheap, but I grew to hate it.
Allison's first draft.
You can only eat so many fried bologna sandwiches before you just throw up after when you look at it these days.
Come on. I know you did. I can't believe she kept all these.
You'd think putting them on the fridge.
What part of the pig does the bologna come from,
enough.
chat? Answer me that.
You know how we thought of ourselves as the goblins?
Bologna is basically you'll potted meat only in
Did you ever get the sense that
you'll
maybe
sandwich
Mary
form.
Ann was the princess in the stories?
Potted meat was also something I ate a lot
She
of.
called her bedroom the princess's sanctum, and she was all alone in the woods, in this house, until we showed up.
She was.
Spinal column.
Alone. But with a few friends who helped her along the way.
What are you doing?
Research. So, if Mary Ann was the princess, then who were all the rest?
And here we go.
Oh, come on. Humor me.
Oh, god damn it. Look at the goddamn booklet again, don't I? Bologna is illegal in your country because of your mad cow disease? Alright, I got... we gotta determine who these people are in relation to the animals.
Poor Moose. Really didn't do him justice.
The moose is fishing. I believe that old guy went fishing.
Kind of
The bearded guy.
ironic,
So the
Considering he
moose
was
is
the
the bearded
lawful
guy
good
for sure.
one.
Too bad the law isn't really just.
Pelican.
She was the most generous one.
Yeah. But there was always a catch.
Okay, that's the debt lady.
The bear was
Any
the
guards,
most
people?
helpful
Alright,
one.
cop.
He was always around.
Stalking her?
What? No.
I mean, he was kinda always there.
Okay, never mind. This guy's the guy with the beard. Alright, so... swap these two.
You go here.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's right. Alright. Goat Tyler.
All right. I think I'm done.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm good.
How do you like them apples?
You know, I think you might be onto something. What about these guys? I don't see them being real-life people. Or this one.
We need medic devices. Does this premise seem iffy if the memories are misremembering it? A little bit.
Yep.
Maybe they'll give us a
Mary
reason
Ann.
for that, though.
Why a princess, though? Why not a queen?
She hated authority.
Yeah. She'd have been a terrible ruler.
He wanted all the privileges without being in charge of anything. None of the responsibilities.
The specific human attributes you have assigned to these forest animals are truly thought-provoking.
Indubitably.
I would like so much if their mother going crazy was because a cult is after the protagonists for their telepathy powers. I don't think it's going in that direction. No one knew that they could do this.
going on? I don't know. Is he here? Is he really here? I'm scared. Go away! Yeah! Go back to the forest!
Okay, they apparently were seeing a monster. They're just remembering that as their mother again.
I forgot about that. We'd been pretending he was there.
And then, suddenly he was.
That was the only time that happened, right? Allison? Wait. It felt way too real. It was...
Us. Pushing our imagination way too far.
Great. Sam Kansky, Grandmaster.
If only this would turn
bad
into an
timing.
It story.
We're not done with this conversation.
Hi, Tyler.
Morning, Sam.
We all float out here.
Ahoy, goblins! I ran into Chief Brown, who said you were starting the cleanup on the house this morning, so,
Yeah, we
I
float.
kind of figured you
That's a horrible
might
Pennywise,
need
by the
some
way.
supplies.
That's... Thank you. That was very thoughtful.
Oh, also got something for you, Tyler. Every man needs a good knife. There you are.
Thanks.
I remember my first pocket knife.
Good.
I think.
Good. Yeah.
Don't think it was a rite of passage, though.
Oh, and before I forget, for the lady of the house.
Chekhov's knife, yeah, you know that'll be stabbing someone.
It was your mom's favorite recipe. Still make it darn near every week. Think of her every time.
Thanks. But we don't have a stove. Still no electricity.
Oh yeah, the fuse box is busted. Just another thing I've been meaning
Wait,
to
someone's
put
been
back
paying the
together
bill
around
this
here.
entire time?
Where is it? I can take care of it.
Oh, I don't doubt you can. But, I've been kicking this thing back to life for the last 20-some years. I'll give you a hand.
He was paying the... That's a
All
weird
right.
thing. I'll pay the power
Boxes in
bill
the
of this
barn.
house
Follow
and
me.
live in it. Why not?
We'll be right behind you.
Needs a paint job, though. Those peas weren't even modeled, just textured. Yeah, well, they ain't got time for that. These games are made on a bit of a budget.
Well, I guess old bears can learn new tricks.
Yep. Come on.
Gotta
Let's go
feed
get
the
our
birds again?
electricity back on. Hey, the birds ate all the seed already.
All according to plan. Well, if no one was living here, the power bill would be pretty small. But if you weren't turning the heat on and, you know, had all the things like the fridge unplugged, it would just be like, yo, the cost of keeping it running would be pretty small.
So, how's school?
I graduated already. Outdoor studies.
Oh, outdoor studies, huh? Well, it's a good thing I came along when I did. You know, I built this here barn for your mama.
You really helped Marianne. Oh, the fuse box.
What happened to the fuse box?
Oh, I
Beat
forgot
this
to
game,
put
it
it
felt
back together
surprisingly
after I fixed
heartfelt.
one of the fuses that kept
After
snapping.
Life is Strange 2.
Turns out a circuit was a little worse for the wear.
Life is
Sorry
Strange
to
2 had a
back
lot
on
of
the spot.
problems that kept it from ever
Just the way
connecting
your
with
mama
anyone.
wanted. Made her happy. Things could be fixed instead of thrown out. Anyways, let me find that darn key.
Still have your keys? I'm really hating this conversational
Wait,
system they
Sam,
put in, though.
You have more of our keys?
Yeah, the one for the barn's called a railroad key. See, it's got this special tip that you can...
Fascinating. I'll take that off your hands now.
Well, I, figured I might still need to do some maintenance, so,
Nope. We're good. Thank you.
fair warning, door's a bit temperamental.
Haven't you been taking care of this place? You didn't oil the doors?
What? You think I just hang out here all day or something? Here, son, give me a try.
Good.
Okay, when you twist it as far as you can to the left, give it a nice little jerk.
Damn it.
They made opening a door
Oh,
seem
shit.
really complex. Just pulling. Have I seen the PS5 conference? Yeah, we watched it live and streamed it here.
Well, at least the door's open now.
Yeah, that's
Is that
easy
door
to
jammed or
fix.
something? It's a barn door.
Now,
It
fuse
seems very
box.
unlikely that it'd be jammed.
Oh,
You know,
no,
it's-
no.
I don't
You
see nothing that
and
would be
you
jammed on
are
it.
going to clean up your mess.
Unless it's warped or something.
I'll take care of the fuse box.
But I didn't do it.
I'm not asking. Go on.
Is anyone else getting some major stream lag? I haven't dropped any frames. Nothing else in here but the fuse box.
Let's take a look.
Look at what? The whole jam needs to be replaced.
All right.
Oh.
Send that part
Fuses
down.
go into plugs.
Finish the whole
Should be
thing.
easy enough.
Main range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I wrapped up your electrical board. I gotta run, but in case you want to check it out, careful not to overload the circuits. You'll have to use 15 amp fuses for the garage. Amps total up to 120 amp for the whole house. Sam. P.S. Pretty proud of myself for once. I've respected the right color coding. Each fuse should have the right color cable. Alright, so fuses have color cables. We're missing a fuse though. Wait, place a fuse. Did I pick up fuses anywhere? That one is the... I said to use a special one for the garage, which is number 6. Use a 15 amp fuse for the garage. I'm guessing he's already got one in there. That's 15. The garage has already got one in it, so I guess we have to use another 15 amp for the garage too. The garage heater. This one is a... The lights, you wouldn't really need a 30 amp fuse for that, would you?
Let's try this one.
Listen to Sly. Sly's terrible at giving, directions when it comes to puzzles, though. Yellow fuse, yellow wire. We got 2 yellows and white and red. Main and range. So water heater, that's gonna need a good one. Kitchen probably needs a good one too. We got 2 30s and I got 30, 20, okay. So yeah. Water heater, you'll get the 30. This one was a what? Kitchen?
Wait, that's not right.
Nope,
Sure you
not
don't
right.
need a hand?
Hey, I'm moving at my own pace. I need to know this stuff.
All right.
Women, huh?
Don't do that. Sam.
Okay, yeah, I see they're color coded, so that one's wrong.
Box.
Only got one of them wrong though. Oh no, that one needs yellow. Which is a 20 amp.
Seems good.
Need to install a breaker box. I don't use these fuses anymore. Where are we even buying fuses at? During the coof coof, do you think it's a good time to find some love? It's always a good time to find someone who loves you, isn't it? See, a Resident Evil main character has been through here. They've already taken the shotgun.
You damn fool.
Everything okay?
You two look like you got this all in hand, so,
I'm shy.
bye.
What was that about?
Gee, I wonder. He looked at where a gun used to be. What chapter is this? Chapter 2.
Huh, look at this. I think this is where she made all her toys. Toilet paper tubes, rope, cardboard.
Wonder what she planned.
She was so crafty.
And she could draw. And
Would never
write
buy us a
and take
PlayStation.
pictures.
She could have been an artist instead of just
Insisted on making
locking
just
herself
wooden
up
animals.
out here.
Something about the scale of that makes that shotgun look like it was like very teeny tiny. I'm not wrong there, right? The scale of that seems off.
I wonder why Sam got so upset.
Oh, he probably forgot.
That's where it was held at,
bourbon.
and it looks like it. Well, I guess it could stick out the ends.
Well, something about it really got to him.
I don't think any of us are exactly happy to see that gun. Remind me to take it.
Small
Hey there,
shotgun.
little buddy.
Hate spiders.
If we end up living together, you should know my house has a no spiders rule.
Well, in my house, we don't kill them.
Ugh. You can
The
take them
mom
outside then.
bought them the Soulja Boy console. I wonder if anyone actually bought that.
Oh man, I'm gonna put together the sweetest toolbox ever.
Preda rep. What's that?
Wolf pee.
Ew, what?
Do not spill it on your shoes.
I've used that in the last Life is Strange game. That's a story here.
I sense a story.
Well, if by story you mean using it at fireweed to get rid of some rats, and then spilling it on my only pair of shoes, then yes. Hey, it was not funny.
Sure
Taking me
thing,
to a new
B-boy.
fetish.
Allison, do you know who this is?
What did you find?
Do you know who that is?
Yeah. That's Carol, Eddie's mom. I've seen
When we
other
return to
pictures
that
of her,
shadow
but-
monster place, yeah, we
Never
want
this
more of
one.
that.
Man, look at Brown.
Yeah, I know.
And
I noticed
Marianne.
this lots.
She looks
After
really
I took a
happy.
closer look.
Can I?
Careful, the glass is broken.
Lucrative wolf piss industry,
Are you
huh?
okay? It stings. Let's go see Mom.
But she'll get mad. We weren't even supposed to be here.
Apparently good for like scaring certain animals away from your property. You got like varmints.
I feel something strong. It's
Pulling
making
me.
my teeth tingle.
Brother, we have the weakest Jedi Force power possible.
Come on, it's gonna get infected.
I don't want to. She said not to disturb her and Eddie. Where are you going?
Things were different when she was around. We were family, Eddie. How could you do this to me?
Shh.
Look, I had to make that call.
How the hell did they forget all of this until now?
Can't figure out what's going on.
I don't know, but I remember that whatever Eddie had to do, whatever that call was about, it was tearing him up.
Tearing him up? He was being
Eddie.
a total cop, and Marianne got pissed and threw him out. Here, I'm gonna show you what I remember. Over here, Allison.
Oh, we get to choose memories again.
I had had to make that call. I was just following the law.
Oh, yeah? And this little visit right here? What would the law say about this, huh?
Look, I didn't have to come out here, but I did.
You're a goddamn hypocrite.
I wonder how much this actually,
Get out of here!
influenced your choices in the game, choosing a memory over one of the others.
Marianne.
I said get out!
I think they probably lead to the same place.
What? She didn't throw the picture at him.
You sure about that? He was being a complete dick.
How can you be sure? We were eavesdropping. We could barely see a thing.
What do you think happened then?
I'm gonna go with my own memory. I am controlling her after all.
Look, I had to make that call. I was following procedure, what I'm legally required to do.
Then why are you here? Pretty sure this isn't procedure.
I wanted you to hear it from me.
Please leave.
Marianne, I'm sorry.
Please just go.
Call Child Protective Services.
How do we keep remembering the same things so differently?
It was a long time ago. And
Memory is sad mom or mad mom.
memory's a tricky
Exactly.
thing.
Wait, when did that happen?
I'm not sure. I think it was the exact same day she attacked you.
That's what I thought.
Uncle Eddie said he hadn't seen Marianne for weeks.
Yeah, that was bullshit. And what was all that about following law? What was he doing here exactly?
Hold on a second. He must have had reasons. The memories,
He
how they
must have had
remember
his
it, yeah, but
reasons for
they
not
have,
telling us.
conflicting memories.
I know he took care of you, but that doesn't make him incapable of lying.
I can't see him being that cold with Marianne. Even if he was being a cop.
I mean, I can, but who knows? I guess memory's a tricky thing, huh?
Choose Allison's memory. Marianne was
out.
sad. Yeah, we'll go with that one.
Get out. Get out. I know you were just doing your job, but I need you to go before you get in trouble. Please just get out of here.
Is this game about the Mandela effect? Describe the Mandela effect.
Alright. Say Brown really felt bad about whatever he came out to tell her. It was still the day she attacked us. He still lied. Now what?
You go and get a straight answer from him.
Right now?
Yes. I'll go get my car keys.
But what will these mountains of trash do without us?
Really detailed memories of something that never happened? Well, these events did happen, but they just, were kids apparently, and they have different takes on a few certain things here and there.
Man, I can't believe Brown lied. I mean, I may not be the guy's biggest fan, but he's always talking about the truth and the law and shit.
Do you have to be so happy about it?
What?
No, there's only 3 chapters
I know
of this
you've
game,
been waiting for something like this.
which is
Something
probably,
that proves
to its
Eddie's an
credit.
asshole.
I don't think it
But
really has
glowing
a
about
story
it
that
is
could hold it for
really not
5.
cool. It's Tina. I gotta take this. Yeah, just a sec. I'm parking the car.
Well, he'd have an ankle monitor. He's not, on probation or something.
Guess I'll just go stretch my legs then.
No, just give me a sec. Okay, Tina, what's going on?
Hi, hon. I've got someone who is super interested in seeing the house.
Oh, that's amazing. When?
They're just in the area for a couple of days, so they'd like to come by day after tomorrow.
Oh, I'm not sure it'll be ready.
Hon,
oh.
this guy is
Those
very
moments, huh?
motivated, but I know he's looking at other properties. And Not like you've had
A lot of
breaking
bond
down the
breaking choice?
door.
No, I've only
I
strengthened their
appreciate
bonds
that,
together,
but
Chad.
We've kind of got a lot going on over here.
Why does Tyler whine this much? He's the character that just whines.
Would be an all-cash offer.
Let's do it.
Do it.
Yeah?
Yep.
Great. I'll set it all up and send you the details. Later, hon.
Someone actually wants to buy a murder house? Like I said, that would be me. I would totally buy a murder house. That's history right there. That adds character to your property. Plus, think of the savings. Getting that at a really low price.
God, I'd love to be able to make something like this. In a few weeks, you'll be able to climb to the top of that waterfall with an ice pick.
Donut likes to make whiny characters. That they do. Whining is, good for plot progression, apparently. You mean stigma property? Sure, that's a cooler name for it, isn't it?
Marianne was anxious about rocks falling on the road. She always assumed the worst would happen.
Let's go talk with you. Let's look around. Stigma property. That'd make a good name for a horror movie, actually.
Whose votes are you looking to win out here, Tom? The Bears?
Why, yes.
Dee and I did that trail a couple years ago. We drank ice cold.
You want to
beer
raise the
until we
best
reached
golden
summit.
chocobo. Are you playing, original FF7? Why would you buy a murder house? I wouldn't mind, but don't actively seek it. Well, I wouldn't technically seek one out either, but it wouldn't stop me from buying a house. One, I'm not, superstitious, so I'm already set up to be like the main character who denies that something weird is going on for a while when something obviously weird is happening. Like, you're just seeing things. It's, your anxiety's acting up. Come back to bed, honey. Basic hike rules. But, yeah, I'd be down for it. You're offended by the dog being in I Am Legend being named Samantha? Well, I'm guessing that's your actual name, but I've actually known the dog that was named Samantha. I don't see a big issue with that.
Really nailed
Some
this
people
one.
give their dogs
Dorian
non-pet
Key.
names. It
Kinda
can be
rings a
weird, but you
bell.
get used to it. I once knew someone who just named their dog John. Just John. It was kind of bizarre at first. Like, here, John. Come here, John. It's like, I'd look around for, like, them calling to someone. And, like, oh, the dog would come running.
Looks like you found a nice spot.
House haunted by a sex ghost. You must be talking about the one that, Dan Aykroyd met once. I did have a sexual experience with a ghost at the hotel I was staying at. It was very erotic. That's a real thing he claims, by the way. And apparently inspired that scene in Ghostbusters where the ghost is unzipping his jeans and giving him a blowjob. You don't remember that part of the movie, do you? From your childhood? Yeah, Dan Aykroyd totally gets a ghost blowjob in Ghostbusters. You thought he was just making a funny face back. Oh, look at the funny face he's making. He's crossing his eyes. Then you get older and you're like, oh my god. But no, he believes that he actually did have a sexual experience with a ghost and he just put it into the movie.
So, Tina?
Tina West, our realtor.
Oh, that Tina.
You wouldn't mind a BJ
What'd
from
she
a
need?
ghost? Well, it's certainly something
Well,
to,
we have
talk
an
about, I
interested
guess.
buyer.
And Dan
Tina's
Aykroyd
gonna
has
show
done
him
so.
the house day after tomorrow.
I like Bench. They're good for
Great.
character moments.
Apparently he'd be paying cash, but he's just in town for a few days, so. I mean, we're not signing anything in blood. It's just a showing.
I know.
Look, we both need this money. And
Why
it'll
not
take at
burn the
least a
house
few
down? Because
weeks,
it's
right?
a piece of property. Why
There's
not
plenty
sell
of
it?
time to figure out all this Marianne
Not like
stuff.
they're being haunted.
It's
Well,
fine.
yet.
We did it.
There is that
It's done.
weird thing.
Let's move on. So before Tina called, we were talking.
Dan Aykroyd vodka, Crystal Head vodka.
I'm not
No
happy your
turpentine,
foster father
no
fucked
artificial
up.
flavors.
Oh, yeah? Because you sure sounded like
He
it.
hid information about Marianne.
I know. You just don't have to rub
No
it in.
radiator fluid.
He doesn't
100%
get a pass
Crystal
just
Head
because
vodka.
This is uncomfortable for you.
I'm not giving him a pass. It's just hard.
This whole damn situation.
What chapter is this? Chapter 2.
hard. You think I liked learning all that shit about Tessa?
Yeah,
This
Dan
town-
believes a lot of weird shit.
These people, they're just memories to you. But it's my home, Tyler. My friends, my family. And as much as I want answers, I'd rather not lay waste to my entire life to get them.
You seem pretty eager to ditch all those friends and family, Allison. Apparently a cash offer is all it takes.
I'm ready to move on. But that doesn't mean I want to burn every bridge on my way out.
Oh. We're gonna sulk all day. There's a memory to see here too, but Eddie warned me about this.
Are you planning to sulk all day?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Oh, it's, you know, telekinesis.
We're 8 again.
Or telepathy, I mean. About the house sale.
It's pretty crazy Tina found someone willing to pay cash for a house out here, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
You guess? That's it?
I don't really want to talk about the house right now.
Oh, okay. We don't have to.
Why do they use voice at all? Yeah, I don't know why they have to use the mental thing right now when they're feet away, but if you got psychic telepathic powers, why not use them, I guess. Apparently it doesn't work at a distance either, because they couldn't use them while he was in juvie.
You feeling this?
Found you! North Star! Okay, now you're the star and I'm the compass. Okay, and don't cheat.
This is another don't
I know
nod
you
game where
said
powers
we
go
did
unexplained.
kids
Well,
last
in this case, it's just because they're
Did
twins.
not. Yes,
More
you
of an
did.
explanation you get than the other ones.
Okay, I won't do it again.
You were always accusing me of cheating.
Because you totally did.
It was a cool game. Guessing where you were just by feeling what you felt.
No one else could play with us.
No one else could play it with us.
That was the beauty.
Hey,
of it.
Irish Coffee, you just joined?
real?
This game is
You
awful
never
as Life
wanted
is Strange
any
2.
other
No, it's not
friends?
as bad as that.
No, not really. I mean,
It's just
we
kind
had
of
each
sitting
other.
pretty squarely
Close
on the
enough for me.
average, tile.
Hey, I really am sorry I gave Tina an answer without talking to you first.
It's okay. You probably made the right call. You were right to call me out earlier. I was being a jerk about Eddie.
I'm all for enjoying the wins as they come, but maybe not at the expense of my father figure.
I'll try my best.
Story yawn. I just wish there was a bit more to it right now than just watching memories. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Children playing catch, running through the trees. All
Remember that
those
time both
moments.
the
It's
bridges
not exactly
collapsed?
that kind of writing, is it?
It was a week before they got the roads reopened. And Sam had to bring us supplies.
After
with the
watching
boat.
me play,
Felt like our
not
house was
really,
on a
huh?
deserted island, but way colder.
Also, Fluff Man Phil, thank you for the 4 months. We're talking about how quickly the Avengers game died. Well, that was, always going to be. I was literally as playing it, like this game is not going to have a long life. I'm hoping publishers are starting to understand that you just can't make a live service game and expect it to make you all the money. There's really only room for like 1 or 2 of those. And I think Warframe has all of them beat already. How many... Basically, these live service games are almost the new MMO. They keep making them, expecting them to like, oh, we're gonna strike it big.
What the fuck? Seriously?
Moonshine.
Where the hell do people think it's gonna go?
I always like a good moonshine. You know, a lot of musical range in a moonshine jug. There are a few dozen YouTubers who are begging EA to make Battlefront 2 to go back into a live service to continue support. Battlefront 2? An old one.
Hey, look what I found.
I don't think that was quite a live service game. Oh, EA's oh, I thought you meant the original Battlefront 2.
I knew it was still here.
Not the more
I
recent
knew
one.
we'd been here before. We claimed it as part of the Ronin Kingdom.
And it still is. All it needs is a little update.
Time to use the man knife. Can't cram a live service format into a well-established franchise? I agree.
What I wanted to do back then, but I didn't have.
Did anything happen in this episode? We got a hint that there might be a shadowy goblin that's haunting them. Maybe.
There, looking better already.
You're right.
I'm just prepared to be disappointed that it's just part of their imagination, though. Ta.
So, what's the plan?
Huge fan. Oh, thank you, Zelesium. Thank you.
Go inside and
Thank you
calmly
for your
ask
kind
Eddie
words.
why he was there.
Welcome
that
to
day.
the community here on Twitch. Hope you enjoy the
Let's try to let
stream,
him
my
get
man.
his side of the story out. Okay.
Uh-huh.
No, they crossed out the O chat to put a T there. That was the whole point.
I understand, Mr. Barrow. I'll be sure to let him know. Yes, I have it all written down. Have a good day, Mr. Barrow. Morning, Missy.
How do you get stuck working reception?
Rose called in sick this morning. I'm covering for her while I try to get my paperwork done. What are you doing here?
Just checking in with Uncle Eddie.
I'm guessing from the identical features that this is Tyler?
Tyler, Denise, Tyler.
Hello.
Wilson, could you tell Officer Vincenzi that I'll be... Oh, good morning, Allison.
Hi, Uncle.
I'm gonna take Dr. Torres' statement. No need for Vincenzi to come back to the station.
How do I feel about a potential RE4 remake?
He doesn't
I don't really
seem
feel
like
it's
he's in the
necessary.
best of moods.
Yeah,
I feel that game is still good. And I think there's more room to screw it up than there is to make it better.
Great. He has an excuse to brush us off.
I'm sure he'll...
Hey.
He speaks. How's Delos treating you so far?
Hold on. Happy to see... Can't wait to yell that. Mike is typing in Dartigan instead of using the emote.
Talking nonstop about
Yeah,
you lately.
I noticed that big wall
I
of
know
just
she's happy
weird
to have
text
you here.
of just, yo,
Hey,
text.
been
Don't do
meaning to
that.
say,
Wrong.
Allison showed us that article you wrote for the Juneau Daily last year. You were spot on. The state needs to be giving way more money to youth
RE8
centers.
kind of
Fireweed was
invalidates
lucky to have
RE4 a little bit, but I'm guessing that's the reason they're working on RE4 because they can reuse a bunch of assets.
Thanks. I spent a lot of time fighting for more outdoor activities.
Saves a bit of time, you
It's
see.
enemies in the administration over that one. But the first time those kids summited Mount Roberts, man, they were so proud. It felt great.
I know exactly what you mean. I volunteer sometimes with the JCE. You know, give lectures about police work.
Also,
lead
Mike,
talks when
thank
I
you for
can.
the tier 1 sub. 35 months, is it? What's the JCE?
JCE?
You know, Juneau Coalition for Equality.
Oh. Oh.
Got those here, do we? That's awesome.
Wait, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, and I don't mean to preach, but The kids in those groups, be it Fireweed or the JCE, they need people who really understand them. People who know where they're coming from. And will fight for what they need. Anyways.
Like another
sorry
remake of
for the
Resident Evil
rant.
1. You know, I still would just like to see Code Veronica made, redone.
Chief Brown's taking a statement, but you might.
That one's kind of like the odd stepchild of the franchise. It's released the way it was released, and also is kind of like the last one that really needs the improvement.
Who designed this building? MC Asher.
Because that game has moments where it's literally unbeatable if you don't do things right.
How is Linda?
Later.
I feel like I haven't seen her in months.
Good. She started working over at the high school as a librarian. Pays nice, but she gets
You love RE4, but I'm not against the remake. I'm not against it either, but I'm just saying I think it has a much bigger chance of screwing it up than making it better, unlike what Resident Evil 2 did. Holy shit, you are that character straight out of Beavis and Butthead, the gym teacher. I didn't know people with that haircut still existed.
Can you give me her name and date of birth?
I think I'm, yeah, that's basically the character, the gym teacher from Beavis and Butthead.
Different last name?
Yes, the father's. My ex-husband.
Does she live with you most of the time?
No, her father.
Tyler Ronan. Good to see you again.
Because of my
You've
hours.
gotten tall.
That usually happens between ages 11 and 21.
Yeah, well, welcome home.
Been a while. It's been a while
Thanks.
since
Been a while.
I've been
So, what brings you two
sorry. It's been a while. I went to see the chief.
We're here to see Chief
That's one of
Brown.
those kind of songs you
boy.
can just moan it
What do you
and
do
it still
now?
sounds correct.
Suspects wanted for a felony.
Oh, well, don't forget to read him his Miranda rights. So is there anything I can help you with?
Access to Marianne's file.
You might, actually. Is there any way we could see the file for our mother's case?
Well, you're legally allowed to look at anything that concerns you, so you could always file a request for access.
So, we can see it?
Of course. I can start the paperwork if you
What's
want.
this game about?
It's okay.
Rediscovery
We'll
of your
figure it out with
parents'
Brown.
your emotional
Thanks.
problems.
So,
And why you had to murder them.
They keep all the case files right here.
Jesus, you scared me.
Sorry. Anyway, if Brown's not gonna be straight up with us, we should just read it for ourselves.
Yeah. All right.
I had to be in surgery at 9. I was already running behind.
Of course.
Hey, Gregs, you said our file was around here somewhere?
That's right.
Yep, we keep them all upstairs.
It certainly is.
Stairs.
I'm a surgical
It's been a while. What's some other good Moni style songs, chat? That should be its own genre, actually. Moancore.
Listen, we really appreciate you coming in after a 24-hour shift. Did you need something?
It's been a while since I've been here. You don't have to say the words and you know what someone's singing.
Could you go through the full details?
Look at this photograph.
Dr. Torres.
Every time I do it makes me laugh.
I woke up at 5 and
And
got
that
ready
one
for
definitely
work.
works.
Isabella's
Yeah,
father
anything
was
from
coming
Nirvana
to pick
works.
her up at 6:30. So I...
Morning, Chief Brown.
Good morning, Tyler.
Hey, could we talk to you in private? It's a little urgent.
Can you excuse me for a second, Dr. Torres? What's going on, you two?
That's not
We'd like
private.
to
She's
see
still
our
sitting right
mother's case
there.
file. We talked to Greg's.
We were hoping to file a request for access. Today.
Excuse me. Come on. You can fill out the paperwork, but the file won't be ready for a few days.
How long is it gonna take exactly?
That depends. 3 days?
No, someone else said something else about Nirvana. That was
Aren't
not
all
me
the
mistaken.
files just
Nickelback for Nirvana.
upstairs?
Yeah, but the
Someone literally
approval
said
process
smells
takes
like
time.
Teen Spirit up there somewhere.
I don't know what you're looking for in that file. I was the officer in charge of the case. and
Yeah,
there's
the bear
nothing you
did.
two don't already know. Look, guys, I've got a victim waiting to finish her statement. We can file the
Nickelvana. You
access
burn,
paperwork later
burn, you
tonight,
fucking heretic.
all right?
I kid. That might actually be a good band, who knows?
Oh, I hate when he's stubborn like that. So what now?
Of course.
We get the truth ourselves.
Where were we?
Well, he's obviously not going to give us the truth. So I say we go get it ourselves. Where do you think they'd stash our file?
I don't know. The archive room? Maybe Eddie's office? Wait, you're not seriously thinking of breaking and entering a police archive?
Go big or go home.
Could you go through the full details of your morning with me, Dr. Torres?
You know, there's actually there's an AI that you can feed lyrics from popular musicians into, and it'll spit out something that seems like it basically learns to kind of write songs using their style. And there's a YouTube channel that actually makes will do that. They'll feed a popular singer's lyrics into the AI and train it, and then they'll actually put the lyrics it spits out to music. It has a really good one that works for AC/DC. I forget what it's basically like big balls. Well, I can't do an AC/DC voice, but it's like big balls, great balls. Everybody follow, cause I got the, or something like that. Cause I got the balls. Just think of Axl Rose, well, not Axl Rose, but well, actually, yeah, well, whatever. AC/DC just singing those lines. Is he clipping through the desk? The desk? It's a possibility. These games are not known for perfect animations.
What's up?
There are ways to do that with classic music. You can do it with any kind of music, I think. Sorry about your dog. Wait.
Allison told me about your dog. I'm sorry.
Thanks, yeah. He was a good boy. The best.
You like being a cop?
So, how do you like being a cop? Must be kind of weird.
Oh, yeah. But I know I do a
Was
lot
it
of good
Funk
here.
Turkey?
And the team's great.
Like I said, it's just a it's a
Chief
YouTube channel
Brown,
dedicated to
he
making
gets it.
AI-generated music. That
We hired
it's
this
kind
guy
of like
last
a
year, kept
recreation of
asking me
a
to get
artist style.
coffee. Chief canned his ass that day.
Wow.
They also had a good Metallica version
What
too.
about you? Any thoughts on the future?
You've looked at the open source of that software, and it's essentially witchcraft. Dude, all the AI stuff coming out in the last couple of years has just been mind-meltingly, almost freaky at times. We did a stream on AI Dungeon a month or so back, using the latest version of that, the GPT-3 stuff. It got really funny, but you're still just like, wow, this is what it's capable of now. Think of like another year or two.
Well, I studied to be a park ranger, and I'm hoping to do a tour in Denali.
Hey, you know, I have a cousin who works in Yosemite. If Denali doesn't work out, I could see if they have any openings for you.
You do
Doomba,
that?
yeah.
Of course.
We had Gabby,
long as
being
you don't
obsessed
make me
with
sorry I
drug-infused
offered.
pancakes.
Thanks, Denise. That'd be amazing. How did you find out about the JCE?
Same way anyone finds anything. The internet. It took a few months before I actually went to a meeting, though. Every time I thought about going, I chickened out.
I can relate.
I can totally relate.
Well, trust me when I say
Fellow human.
it was the right move. It is a wonderful, supportive community. Can't recommend it enough.
You've heard 40-year-olds with baby voices. That's gonna be interesting.
See you around
I'm
then.
guessing they
Yeah, back
have
to
some
the
self-esteem issues. Well, have
We'll
some
talk later, okay?
issues, like maybe they try to like get a really big car.
Coming upstairs?
Could I get Mr. Henderson's information?
Drug-infused pancakes, exactly. The entire her entire story ended up revolving around a really weird Denny's being operated in a post-apocalyptic wasteland and selling drug-infused pancakes, and then clones of herself. If you keep a GPT-3 story going long enough, it gets really weird and nonsensical, but usually entertaining still. What am I talking about? The AI Dungeon stream we did. Were you here for that, Jim? Not really babby voices, but definitely way higher than your usual 40-year-old.
You coming upstairs?
You were here for a bit of it. Were you trying to yourself?
Hey, what are you two up to over there? Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine. We're just, I was just telling Tyler where the upstairs bathroom is. Tyler, help me out here.
Oh, yeah. Toilet emergency, lake water, Mother Nature's juice cleanse.
There's a bathroom just past the break room. Behind you. First door on your right.
Forget it, Tyler. There's no way we're getting upstairs out in the open like this. It's too suspicious. There must be another way out.
Maybe we can check out
Played a
that map
wizard.
of the building near reception.
Oh my god. Why didn't I think of that?
On the
Lobby,
robot.
now.
Okay, so I think I have to go around to get up there. There's like an outdoor, set of stairs, I believe. Your southern accent is much more apparent when I'm here streaming. Also, AI Dungeon is incredible in itself. Great for lonely people like you. Most people don't even notice I have a southern accent when I'm doing it, because I don't actually have much of one. It's only on certain words.
Alright. Let's see.
Most people have a hard time recognizing what, any regional part of my voice.
You heading out?
No. What? No. Oh, I need a smoke.
Yeah, I need a smoke.
You should think about quitting. Only gets harder the longer you do
A
it.
vape, excuse me.
I know.
While you're at it, get your
Voice is also very monotone, exactly. That's my selling point. You can't tell accents because English is your second language? Yeah, I guess that would, hamper your ability to detect nuance.
Hey, which one's Brown's car? Why?
Slash his tires?
I was thinking of letting a little air out of his tires. You know, in case we need to make a break for it.
Haha.
Also, committing felonies is cool. Someone's riding a bike in this weather?
Who's kooky enough to bike to work in sub-zero weather?
That would be Vincenzi. He's got a bike for every season. Names him too.
What's this one?
Yes, I know there are cameras everywhere. Not exactly in a place like this. This is an old-ass building.
Those garbage cans are like the opposite of bear-proof.
Did it say not feed the bears? Yeah, bears are an issue in Alaska.
To eat our trash.
Simmer down. We don't have time for a ranger rant. And I've got the Wildlife Channel too, you know.
So that mailbox bandit struck again, huh?
Mailbox.
Apparently so.
You want Puff to confirm? Yeah, there are big bears in Alaska. A lot of other big animals too, like moose. Pretty sure they have mooses in Alaska.
Is that
See,
supposed to
confirmed
be
by an actual
right?
Alaskan.
Oh, yeah.
Was that red warehouse part of the whole chicken farm business?
You know it. It's a shooting range now.
Is a moose a violent? Well, you don't want to piss off a moose. You'd actually probably want to piss off a bear before you piss off a moose, from what I understand of it.
It's right behind me.
They made a graffiti at Buzzcut. He's the local legend, you know. Especially during mating season, I hear the male moose. I keep wanting to say meese, but I know that's incorrect. Can get very aggressive.
Fire exit.
It opens up to a staircase on the side of the building, but it'll definitely be locked from the inside. If one of us were to create a diversion, the other could slip upstairs and open the door. And since you're the troublemaker, I nominate you as the one to make a scene.
Wait, really?
Got a better idea?
Not really.
Not really. No.
Right. Let's go.
Hope I'm ready to take notes soon. Yeah, I figured there's probably one of those moments every episode.
Was that red warehouse part of the whole chicken farm business?
You know it.
We gotta do something to make a distraction.
There's nothing there.
See you later, Mike.
It's right behind me.
Am I going to send this game? Maybe eventually, but not anytime, currently. I've got a big, fall season of games I gotta send them new stuff. They wouldn't let me go to the backside. He turns around. Like, nope, can't go that way.
There's nothing there.
The other side. Apparently I gotta go back inside.
Is that supposed to be Greg's?
Oh, yeah. Well, no one knows for sure, but the resemblance is uncanny.
Who's the artist?
Cold case.
Right, time to like pretend to have a stroke. Knock over the books.
That pile of paperwork?
What about it?
I could tip it over.
Kinda messy, but I mean, sure.
Let's do it. When you get around MK11, you gotta send 11 and Aftermath 2 and 1? No I don't. I can totally just send the 11 by itself.
Jesus, Tyler, what happened?
Sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going.
Just leave that there.
Pretty lame distraction, I gotta say.
Alright, I'm in position.
What now?
Turn right when you exit the station and follow the side of the building. The staircase will be right there.
Time to bug out. Well, it doesn't matter if it's the worst or most boring distraction ever. I think my idea of faking a stroke was far better.
There's winter hair.
Okay, I'm by the door. Come on.
Shit.
Where are you?
Right here. Open the door.
Aren't any cameras here? This is a very small, rural little town. Not exactly going to be a high security police station.
Own it.
I doubt they even have a prison cell here. You faked a stroke, how would you get back outside? Well, she could do it all. Only one of us really needed to go up here. And then you could just say like, oh, sorry, that happens sometimes, you know. Issues, you know. I got better.
The police chief of Delos Crossing hosts charity events?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Hey Eddie, you will find enclose your your invitation to the annual social. As usual, I've included a +1 on the chance that one day you'll use it. Cheers. I'm just gonna take photos of everything I find, just in case I need this for like, you know, a discussion later. Wing shot.
Let's put the Vecchies next to...
Can you not?
Honor our elders community social. You are cordially invited to attend the 34th annual dinner and dance honoring all elders and our community Tlingit cultural legacy. I probably just butchered that name. The date might be important though. I actually feel like I'm taking evidence right now, chat. It's weird. This is how you get meta into your gaming experience. Gotta send this back to HQ.
Personnel files, apartment budgets, 0 case files.
Brown really wants everyone to know what a fine, upstanding citizen he is, doesn't he?
He's a genuinely good person.
God, it's his office, dude. People do that shit, you know?
Makes me feel even worse.
Looks like this is where Brown keeps all his personal mail. Looks like he's working with the Office of Child Services on the case.
None of our business.
The polar bear plunge. Is that where you go skinny dipping in cold water naked? I hear it's very invigorating. Fax information. Display name Edward Brown. Howard's key position. Sent by Edward Brown. Delivery attempt. Delivery successful.
Why is Brown on a first-name basis with the director of Fireweed? Oh.
What'd you find?
It's an invoice.
Fireweed.
Eddie Brown.
It's all leading back to Fireweed.
Enclosed the final invoice for resident Tyler Ronan. The Fireweed administration.
Some people really like. Some people actually like to go to a sauna and then jump in something really cold. They get the, you know, it's temperature shocking is what it's called.
That's a lot of money.
More backdoors and secret moves.
Maybe he didn't want to make you uncomfortable.
Can I? Oh
Well,
wow,
now
that's
I
a
feel
very
like I'm in
personal
his debt.
question. Well, you're not asking it to me, but still, Jesus. Statement of account. Account activity through 2012 to 2000. You know, money. I'll take some screenshots again. Want to make sure I get, you know, I make this guy squirm later. Oops, wrong button.
Are you sure you checked all the...
You applied to a summer drama program back in 2009?
I did, but...
Accepted to our contemporary drama summer program in the College of Fine Arts of Juneau University. We're excited at the prospect of working with such a passionate candidate. On behalf of the College of Fine Arts, enthusiastic congratulations.
This letter says you got in.
What the hell? So he just turned it down?
I'm sorry, Allison.
Oh, he held something back.
To me in the past.
We'll definitely need that. Because you know he's going to come up here and catch us in the office. You just know it is.
Anything?
And Police Academy, you know, 12. They lost all the original actors. Just wasn't as funny. You know, I'm surprised there hasn't been an attempt to remake the Police Academy series. You know, people are just wanting, you know, shows about cops right now.
How old is Brown?
38.
Funny cops, that is.
Wow.
Department of
Graduated
Public Safety Training Academy. This is certified that Edward Brown completed required training upon nomination to the Delos Crossing PD. Didn't they have a sequel to, you know, Police? There's like a bunch of sequels to Police Academy. Those are like from the 80s and stuff. Most of them were pretty garbage though. It's only like the first one that anyone liked. You know, the 80s was that time where like if you had one successful movie that didn't cost much to make, it would get like a dozen sequels sometimes.
Huh. The Delos Police Force is getting a new officer.
Finally.
Why do you keep doing that, game? Stop it. General discharge under honorable conditions from the Armed Forces of the United States Army. This is the certified Donald M. Ert, Private First Class Regulatory of the Army, United States, 26th of April. I don't know if that's going to be important, but we'll screenshot it. Is Sharknado an 80s movie? That was recent, wasn't it? It just probably feels like a cheesy 80s movie. He might work.
Are you sure you checked all the emails?
Responsible, accountable for actions of team, assisted in training subordinates, equipment, maintenance. I really want this guy on the team. And he's got a C-mail account. Google, chat. Google is their search engine.
This guy has a record. And not a short one. Why is he even in the running?
Shh. Eddie has a really hard time hiring people out here. I
Robbery,
don't think he has a
flight
choice.
to avoid prosecution, and
always a
drug
choice.
paraphernalia. That's a bit of an issue for someone to be a cop, I think. Wow, my phone is actually detecting that very 2D image up there as actually someone's face and trying to focus on it.
Aw, look at you. Allison Ronan. Perfect daughter.
Can we stay focused, please?
I'm trying to check the drawer.
Hey, you.
Come on now. Why do photographs in video games never look good? Well, just don't nod. They like to keep, those looking very simple.
Though we are destined to burn, we emerge as stardust.
Is that? Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Burn it. Burn it with fire.
Though we are destined to burn,
No, I'll
we
read it again.
emerge as stardust.
Is that? Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Burn it. Burn it with fire.
Alright. We can check a different room now. Burn it with water. Well, that would still destroy it. The archives.
I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but maybe there's something in Eddie's office.
Does it not let me go to the archives? No.
I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but maybe there's something in Eddie's
Oh no,
office.
something on the computer. I get you. We're supposed to be more coordinated in this. We have a telepathic link. No, you move. No, you move. You move. They truly are brother and sister.
Whoa. Brown looked at our file this morning.
Wait, what? What does that mean?
Running your
I don't know. But there's a reference number. R68653.
It hasn't been digitized yet, so you can find the paper originals in the archives for other references about the case. Transcripts of phone calls have been taken out, but you can find the digitized calls through appendix. Let me know if you need anything. Thomas Arbor, Dallas Crossing Police Department. Okay, definitely get a screenshot of that one. Dinner?
Huh. Tom invited Eddie over for dinner?
Oh, yeah. He's been trying way too hard to get Eddie's endorsement.
Does he? Support Tom?
Listen, I would love to have you over for dinner on Thursday night, and I know you cannot say no to a roasted salmon. Didn't catch it myself, but it is this morning's catch. Good morning, everyone. Please remember your presence is required Wednesday, November 11th at 1300 hours. I need you all. That's all there, so speak now if you can't afford it, and I'll reschedule. As I said this morning, we're talking about implicit bias. This is not punishment and has nothing to do with dismissal of Randy Spears. I think someone fell over in my neighbor's apartment. Heard a big bang. We can all benefit from the discussion no matter who we are. Attach some reading material we'll be discussing, and I'm available if there are any questions. Write it down. This is critical info. I don't think this is going to be that necessary. We would like to remind you of your upcoming council meeting on Saturday, November 5th at the Juneau City Council event. We look forward to seeing you there. Nacho Mama. You hit reply all, Sherlock. Man who pissed in her cereal this morning. People, we're all adults here. Whoever keeps leaving dirty dishes in the sink better learn to clean after themselves. Well, personally stop said culprit into the washer so they can see how it works. Sincerely, Mario Olivar. Alright, that's all there is to it.
One of his emails mentioned the archives. That's gotta be where our file is.
I almost read that as Macho Man for a second. It's like, wait a minute, he's in this? Right? We actually pick up a code anywhere for that door?
Please tell me you know what the code is.
To the highly confidential police archive?
Then, how am I supposed to open the door?
I spent hours playing next to this room. I'd see people go inside all the time. The keypad does this little tune.
Well, the buttons are a little faded.
Seriously?
Go on, try. don't think that's the right order.
How did that tune go? Oh god.
How did that tune go again?
Dum da dee doo.
I'm sorry. I don't think I got that.
Dum da dee. Oh, shut up.
You never told me you had perfect pitch.
Shut up. Gee.
Oh, it actually has the
24 different
doo-dah-dahs in there.
possibilities. I don't think that's the right order.
Oops. Say that again.
Once more with feeling?
Tyler.
Hit it.
Dum da dee doo.
Aw, yeah.
Dun da dee doo. Dun da dee doo. Okay. Alright, that's D. Dum. Do. Alright.
Gee, only 24 different possibilities.
Right. Dum. Da. D. It was me, deal. No, I won't do that.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got no pitch. That's obvious.
Looks like they're finally going digital.
Oh, that's right. I remember Eddie complaining about this. They're gonna have to resort everything.
Great.
They've digitized their closed files, but only the ones before 1990.
Meaning?
Meaning our file is still somewhere in those boxes.
Perfect.
Leaving their
Remove
fingerprints and
scattered
all
case
this
files and a
evidence.
half-done sorting
Well,
system.
Yep, sort of.
Yep. This is gonna be
I'm not sure what. You know, this is definitely breaking a
I'm
crime.
gonna go keep a lookout.
I mean, breaking a crime.
What?
Breaking a law.
Why do I have to be the one stuck with box duty?
Because I need to keep my
Because
perfect
if anyone
record, and
sees
you
me,
already
I'll
are
have a better
you'll
excuse for
on the
being
shit
there.
list of the
Reach out
state.
if you need anything. R68653. Look it up.
Look it up, she says. Okay.
R6. I took a photograph of that, so I'll look that up real quick. One of you had that. Took a lot of photographs, so now they're just like all here. Like, which one was it? Tax information, statement of account, email, university. Yeah, there it is. R68653. Someone in chat, write that down. R68653 is the file, the case file we need. R6. Depending on how they write the 3, that one could be it, since they, apparently didn't finish putting the marker on it. I mean, R63, not that one. I think it has to be that one though.
Here we go.
The right year too, I think.
Looks like a step-by-step record of the investigation.
Alright, notified my partner, Officer Christian Holt, of accident on 12th Canary Road, Dulles Crossing. White female identified as Marianne Ronan, falling over deck in the lake. Audio recorded tape and Brown. Holt and I arrived at the scene, briefed by Patrol Officer J. Chan. Of incident, Brown located witness, minors name redacted, Ronan, and minors name redacted, Ronan. Children of Marianne couldn't get a statement from them as they were under the dire stress and shock. Children were taken care of by Patrol Officer J. Chan. Brown. 2341 Coroner Investigator T. Dickens arrived at scene, rolled prints of victim, crime lab, tech, O'Tully at scene, completed photographs of scene, and recovered an unlicensed Rassler 3121 shotgun. Bullets recovered from location. Barn. Brown.
Well?
So far, I'm not seeing anything we didn't know already. It does reference some other files and audio recordings, though.
You might be able to look those up on the computer.
Coroner took possession of body, cleared scene. Brown.
They already have it in the appendix.
I gotta look for another case file to this. Interviewed children at station, stated that their minor's name, Ronan's hair, was cut short by sister. Minor and Ronan threatened minor's name, redacted. Ronan was with a gun. Fled from her. She pursued children to the docks. Ronan stabbed Ronan, who is still threatening the child before falling into the water. Witnesses state they called 911 shortly after. Brown canvassed crime scene, did not recover a pair of scissors claimed by child. Brown. Oh, the scissors were never found, huh? Presented to case, charge minor's name, Ronan with homicide. Harsh. So we need case 66585. Alright, 66585. That one could be it. Same year as well, 05. I think that's probably it. We also got a computer in here. Close files up to 9. Oh, haven't been done. Remaining close. Okay, just telling they're going digital. But yeah, I think that other one was the one I need. 66585. I don't see anything else that could be it.
There might be other references on the computer.
On the computer? Okay, go there. Never mind.
Alright, I'm in. You can search by keywords. What should I look for?
I don't know. Mary Ann Ronan? March 1st, 2005?
Autopsy report. Personal information or rep sheet. "24-hour homicide report, victim information plus crime and summary." Sorry, I'm not being funny right now. I'm in y'all investigating chat. 2 case files. Got tags. Let me just. I don't think I've picked up enough tags yet. CSI Alaska. You know, there's a reason why they never made that TV show.
Reference is 05R61-889.
05R61. Okay. Hope this shit isn't timed. 05R60. No, it's R61.
There.
I need to get better markers. Marianne Ronan, Caucasian. 5'6", 138 pounds, license, language spoken, none, occupation unemployed. You know, that made sense. Dock Lakeside victims. Threatened her child with a gun. Child stabbed her with a pair of scissors. Victim subsequently fell into lake. Reporting employees, initial, last name, serial number, minor name, redacted, Ronan White, Cannery Road. Kid's name. Combined evidence report, item 1, quantity 1, article shotgun, serial number, register owner, Samuel A. Kansky. Okay, that's the beard guy. His shotgun. He left that shotgun at the house when he showed up, I think. Brand Wrestler, model, they didn't really tell me much.
Found a summary of everything.
You have high sexual abuse. That's the first thing I looked over at chat and read in like 5 minutes. It's like, we have high sexual abuse here.
Writer, Tyler.
Crime summary. On March 1st, 2005, around 2200 hours, the victim, Marianne Ronan, a 41-year-old white female, exited her home and entered her garage to start loading a Wrestler 31219mm shotgun. Shortly after, her child, 11 years old, entered the garage to display a new haircut given by sister. According to witnesses, Ronan's statement, when she saw the child's haircut, Marianne became enraged and threatened Ronan with a shotgun. Ronan fled the garage towards the lake, calling for help. Marianne followed, still armed, but out onto the dock on the southern side of the property. Kind of down to the same shotgun, I don't know, but it's definitely the same model for it. But, well, they might have given it back since they did own to him. Not once the case was, put to rest. Hearing the noise, witnesses, minors, name redacted, Ronan also came out of the house towards the dock where she observed Ronan, under threat from Marianne, defend themselves by stabbing mother with a pair of scissors. At that time, both witnesses state M.A. Ronan lost consciousness and fell into the lake. At 2229 Dulles Crossing, hold number 589, received a phone call from minors detailing the incident. Dispatched to the scene. Upon arrival, they set up a containment of the scene, began a crime scene, and minors were diagnosed. Okay, this is just straight up police jargon at this point. On March 1st, 2005, Officer Christian Holt notified his partner, Officer Eddie Brown, by telephone of the incident before being dispatched to the scene investigation. Holt and Brown arrived at the scene at 22:58 hours. They noted the crime scene was located entirely outdoors. Cannery Road is a secluded road, mostly comprised of a few residential cottages. Detectives observed a loaded Wrestler shotgun on the dock. No rounds have been discharged. They directed forensic personnel to recover items. Detectives were directed to witness minor's name and Ronan. And witness minor's name redacted. Ronan stated that she heard screaming while she was upstairs in her bedroom. She ran down the stairs and looked over the kitchen window and saw her sibling, their mother Marianne, on the docks. Marianne was threatening her child with a gun. Tried to run away, but Marianne threatened that she was going to shoot. According to both witnesses, she stated, "I'm going to kill you." Ronan then stabbed Marianne Ronan with a pair of scissors, trying to escape. Marianne Ronan fell into the water unconscious. Evidence, that's the forensic report. I guess we go back to the computer now. No other pages. Eddie Brown.
Been there, done that.
This is going on forever, huh? 24-hour homicide report, victim information plus crime summary, and personal information and rap sheet. Our mother's rap sheet, you say? Recording. Neat.
Already seen this one.
Check mark means you saw it already? I haven't seen this one though, the autopsy report. So we need, someone remember this one, 05R62766. Someone write that in chat so I can look over at it. I think we still need to look at the autopsy, that's it right now. What a shitty system they have.
Here. Bingo.
Fax receipt. Also this one. Write this down, chat. Fax information. We're gonna get the autopsy first. So, receipt. We need this fax. So, storage 05. Oh, yeah, write that one. 0501 com EBR.
Okay.
Let's get the autopsy first, though, which was R62766.
01 COMEBR.
05 R7. 05 R6, something like that. No. Not it. Oh, 05. No, it's not enough numbers for that to be that one. I have the fax activated right now. I didn't see it activated.
Delos Crossing Police Department.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
It's my mom. She fell in the water and she's not coming up.
Okay, where are you now?
Home. We're home.
Are you alone? Where's your dad?
It's just me and my sister.
All right, honey, can you give me your address?
Look for one thing at a time. I
Henry
see.
Road. Please, hurry.
Just stay right where you are, okay? We're sending someone out to help you.
Don't hang up.
We had really good, clarity on our phones in, apparently 2005. What was the one I needed to look at? We need the autopsy for it, so we're gonna look for this one. So it's 05 R6 2766.
Reference is 05 R62 766.
What was the number again, chat? 056 R6, and what was it else? The rest of it? You also had a court order. We'll get that one later, though. I need a autopsy report. 05 R6. Okay, 05 R6 2766. Not kidding. I'm investigating. Kid. Don't scratch the elbow.
Okay, I need to check out 05 R62 766.
Not either of those. 3. Oh, 05. Doesn't look like it's got enough numbers to be that one. 01 com. I think that's one I'll need later, though. 6. 5. Guess that was one I saw here originally, then. R623. Are we resetting our Google password? Yeah, you have to use your Auth account. You get two-factor authentication, you see. I'm on the table. I already had it out. Oh. That's why I couldn't find it.
I have her autopsy report.
Okay.
God.
What is it?
She drowned. Stab wound was non-fatal.
What?
Okay, let's see. Gray, post-drowning stab wound to the loins. Oof. Assault by scissors. Yeah, I didn't think scissors would be a very lethal attack. Bloody froth seen in mouth and nose, cerebral edema, waterlogged lungs, C pulmonary edema and emphysema, aquosum, distended stomach, 2 centimeters or degrees to fluid content, 3-inch clean stab wound left loin above PSIS appears antemortem. Apparently that one stab wound made her lose enough blood to pass out. I don't see how though. No, shit. No, go back. I didn't read it all. Click the wrong button.
Shit. Eddie's coming up the stairs.
Fuck, no! I didn't. No, you motherfucker. Stall him.
Stall him. No shit, Sherlock.
Stay him in the. Get him into his office.
Tell him you need to talk in his office.
I didn't get to read the entire autopsy. Fuck. Well, let me check it now. I guess I learned the most important information, that she just drowned. Right. What do we need now? We need the other one. Her rap sheet, right?
Got something.
Incident report. Storage 2005-201. Theft report and child neglect. Oh yeah, child neglect. Okay, 2005-2015.
Reference is 2005-201-546.
Could be either one of these, actually. Oh no, it's actually can only be this one.
Okay, here it is.
They've been telepathic since the beginning.
Wait, what the hell? Tessa accused her of child neglect.
Incident code theft, Colvin store shoplift. She got caught shoplifting. Associated persons Tessa Vecchi. C. Street name Richmond Street, Delos Crossing, Marianne Ronan. Canary Road. Officer name rank Eddie Brown. At 0305 at approximately 10:45 hours, Marianne Ronan entered Vinny Vici, owned by Thomas and Tessa Vici. Mrs. Vici stated that she observed Ronan browse the aisles for approximately 10 minutes while chatting distractedly with her. Mr. Vici stated that she was behind the cash register and did not have a direct eye contact on Ronan at all times. Vici stated that after those 10 minutes, Ronan asked Vici if she had any organic mosquito incense in stock. Vici informed Ronan that she did not, but stated she believed this demand was odd due to the winter season. Ronan then left without purchasing anything. Vici stated that approximately 5 minutes she walked back through the aisle where Ronan had been and discovered a missing box of detergent. Vici states that she had very carefully recently restocked the shelves and no one else had been in the store that morning. Vici stated that she was suspected Ronan of shoplifting before in the past, notably while in the company and possibly with the aid of Ronan's 2 children. Vici stated that she also had reason to suspect Ronan to be guilty of child neglect. They don't eat and are exposed to all kinds of inappropriate influences. Vici believed it is possible some form of abuse may be occurring in the home. So yeah, shoplifting mom. I don't know how you sneak an entire box of detergent out under your clothes though. Okay, so mom drowned. He was apparently shoplifting. And they called child services on her. I don't know if I need anything else after that, though. Verbal and physical threat, 2005, I know what that one said.
Okay, I need to check out 2005-21019. Here we go. Okay.
Up your long skirt between your legs. You're gonna have to like squeeze the thighs together really tightly then. Incident, verbal and physical threat, date, time started. I should feel like I could be screenshotting this again. This might be important for a discussion later. Location of occurrence, Crawley Road, Delos Crossing, aka Joshua Jonathan Miller, and then you'll see. July 8th, 1960. Marianne Ronan Cannery. At approximately 15:25 hours, Marianne Ronan arrived at Joanna Miller's home to cut her hair. 2 women had settled on a date and time earlier that week. The appointment was arranged by 1500 hours, and Miller states that the only thing they'd arranged on that day had not agreed on any sort of payment. You've seen it done with Diapri? I think I just misread what you said. Let's take a screenshot again. Hopefully this is the last one. According to Miller's statement, Ronan arrived at Miller's home approximately 25 minutes late. Looked real tired and anxious, but she was maybe on something. Shortly after arrival, Ronan began to cut Miller's hair in her kitchen. After the haircut, Ronan asked to be paid $20 in cash for her work. Miller then stated that she only had a $10 and a $5 bill and asked Ronan if it was sufficient payment. Miller stated that Ronan then exploded into a fit of rage and assaulted me with insults. Miller declined to specify the insults as they were too monstrous for decent conversation. When Miller requested that Ronan remove herself from Miller's home, the situation escalated and Ronan made physical threats to Miller, telling her that if she did not pay her for her work, she would make her payment, take her payment from Miller by taking something from her home. Miller reported no items missing. Impotent rage, yes. It's $5, lady. I guess when the drug habit kicks in, though, you'll do anything for that kick. Miller stated she then threw Ronan out of her home, locked the doors, and proceeded to call the police. Patrol came by. They noticed Miller's picket fence had been vandalized, apparently having been driven through with a vehicle. Miller stated that before Ronan had been into her home, the fence had been intact and simply lovely. Alright. Some more.
Tessa's name came up. Search for her.
Tessa. Hospital discharge. Discharge release from Ronan or... Oh, that's the only one it can be. This is 05R68 miscellaneous. I think I know where that one is. 05R68.
Reference is 05R68 MISC.
But these ones don't have... 05R68 MISC. Could be this one.
There.
God, this is stupid with the whole marker stuff. These markers, clearly the rest of the marks are still fresh and not faded at all, but just, those couple middle numbers. Those ones I couldn't be bothered to, stay on there. They aged badly. Phone number, diagnosis, concussion. Description of symptoms, pressure in the head, headache, loss of consciousness, nausea, dazed, hospital release. I, patient name or legal guardian, Tessa Vecchi, hereby release St. Meadow Clinic from liability following the patient for items of this release agreement. I have read and understood this hospital release form. How else we make it into a puzzle? Well, it's a realistic puzzle, I suppose. It's just really long. Really freaking long. Who was patient name? Ronan. So our mom was admitted to the hospital for some reason. Lightheaded. I think our mom was being possessed, chat, by that ghostly thing. Patient signature, hospital stamp. It's called weed. Weed just makes you, like, sit around a lot, not go get into fights.
It mentioned child services. Search for that.
Bingo. Got something.
Fax receipt. Oh, god damn it. Storage 0501 com. 501 com.
Okay. I need to check out 0501 COM EBR.
0501 com.
No, that's not it. Okay, here it is.
PCP or some kind of amphetamine. I would prefer to be a demon, to be honest with you, than drugs.
Unbelievable. Allie, Tessa called fucking social services on us.
Yeah, I figured that literally out the first time I noticed that, the memory of the cop being called there. That was so obvious. Glad I spent an hour solving this puzzle to know what I already knew. I deduced it. Right. Delivery successful. Demon drugs, even better.
I need to get moving.
Guess it's time to leave, right? Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, Tyler. I couldn't stop him. He's coming your way.
Get out.
Uncle, we didn't mean to.
I'm not gonna repeat myself.
You're a goddamn hypocrite.
I said move it.
Hey! Get off me!
Rather spend the night here? Come on!
I said don't fucking touch me!
Go on. And consider yourselves lucky you're family.
Are you kidding me? Let's stay a bit angry.
You want to talk about family, Eddie? I guess family calls social services when you're having a hard time, huh? And then breaks the law to gloat that you're gonna lose your fucking kids. It's your fault she lost it, Eddie. You and Tessa and everyone else in this goddamn town.
Okay.
Wow,
Let's
that was
talk.
easy. He broke so quickly. I was expecting a little bit of you'll metal in him. Got a guilty conscience.
The winter before your mother's death was hard. Delos Crossing was snowed in for months. Most roads were closed and plane supplies were scarce. Everyone was struggling.
Especially Marianne.
Yeah. She was always just scraping by. And that winter left nothing to scrape up. Even if locals had found time to help her. You know, I'm not sure your mother would have accepted.
So Tessa came to you?
You're saying Tessa reported our mother because she was having supply issues?
Tessa came to me because she was honestly concerned.
Right.
I was legally required to report Tessa's complaint, even if I didn't agree.
So you called child services.
So you took her word for it and called child services?
Failure to provide adequate food, lack of appropriate supervision, inattention to a child's psychological care. Like it or not, she had a case.
What? It's bullshit!
We saw those townie complaints against Marianne, Tyler. It wasn't just
Plus, she tried to fucking kill you. No, my mother wouldn't do such a thing. She was a good, honest person.
The day she died? To warn her about social services?
She loved you two so damn much. She deserved a chance. I didn't see it coming. I don't know. Right there, she must have decided it was over.
I thought always telling each other the truth was our #1 rule.
Still is, little moose.
And yet you still lied.
I didn't want you two putting yourselves through unnecessary hurt. But you're adults and that was your choice to make. I'm truly sorry.
Thank you, Uncle.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that, huh? Must be nice to have a daughter who lets you off the hook that easy. Eddie, you keep trying to point your finger at Tessa, but you have to take responsibility for your part in our mother's death.
I've asked myself over and over for the past 10 years what I could have done different. I know I made a big mistake with you two here. And you've got every right to be angry. Being a father, well, it's a pretty tough job. I've tried my best. And I'd like to try my best with you too, Tyler, if you want it.
Chat thinks everyone here in this scene is punchable, apparently. They have to have a certain squishiness to their face, chat. Get there with time, or no, it's not that easy. Oh, fine. Be less of a douche.
I'm open to getting there. But it's gonna take some time before we're a big, happy family.
I respect that. It's hard work rebuilding trust. But you've got a place here whenever you need it.
The ring on, chat.
Group hug?
No.
Absolutely not.
Oh, you look so sad. We cringed it out of him? Yeah. You've heard of good cop and bad cop? Well, this was cringe cop.
Oh yeah. Them as wicked as it gets.
Hit him in the diabetes gland. Yes, the diabetes gland. You all have one. Well, technically it's a lack of one of those, but you know what I mean. Funnier to say it that way. Dad cop. Dad cop. This is summer's hottest crime film.
Tyler, what's up?
Saw the fireweed invoice.
So, I saw the invoice from Fireweed.
When you were going through my stuff?
Right.
We don't have to talk about it.
Oh, actually...
You blame
no.
me? Well, you should blame me.
I'm not gonna let you tough guy your way out of this. You didn't have to do that, but you did. And going to Fireweed was everything. So,
I got so
thank
lit.
you. Okay?
Come on, a place called Fireweed,
Okay,
there was
pal.
definitely some smoking.
You're welcome.
Wanna apologize.
I feel like
Him and the
I owe you an
diabetes glands
apology.
again.
Oh yeah, what for? Breaking and entering? Invasion of privacy?
Sorry. It was
You
messed
leave
up.
your computer on without
worry
password
about it.
protection. It's your fault.
Apology accepted. Just don't ever pull that shit again.
Well, see you around then?
You know where to find me.
Should we go?
Let us leave here, sister. Most of the episode has taken
That
place
went
here
better
already.
than I was afraid it would.
Never use the incognito mode. More people need to do that. It's becoming, really annoying. A lot of websites don't want you using incognito mode, for reasons. How dare you hide your browsing history?
Hey, you know the drill. Chin up.
Yeah. Chin up, stand tall.
Atta girl. I could use a beer.
It's noon.
Which means that by the time I drink one, it'll be afternoon. I can't be expected to enjoy my pulled pork sandwich without a cold one. Are we
pulled
still on
pork.
for lunch tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. I'll text you.
Trying to do some private investigations, but I am as a no-no. Talk to Officer Buzzcut one more time.
Best you be going, son.
Yeah, I made things awkward. Takes a couple hours for the awkwardness to air out. Pulled pork sandwich sounds heavenly right now. I could really go for one. Might need to buy a pork shoulder and make
What?
some.
You feel like shit.
How can you tell?
Because I feel like shit.
We are connected, you and I.
What are we gonna do about Tessa?
Nothing. Look, we're not gonna do anything. That's enough, Tyler. Talk to Tessa? Why? What are you looking for? What are you expecting her to say?
I thought she loved us.
Really?
Chief Brown, is it true? Is she...
Uh-oh.
Oh my God.
Keep the plot going.
Children,
Tessa. Tessa, you need to leave. Come on, kids.
everything is going to be all right, okay? You're going to be okay, I promise.
Go home. You can't be here right now.
The sister's like, God damn it, we were almost free of the shit. Just had to remember that. I was gonna want to go talk to her. Wait, how are you still remembering that when you were already taken inside the building and she was left out here on the parking lot crying?
Where
many
is
peop-
everybody?
Tessa's gotta be around somewhere.
Can't be the only store in
I think I'm
town.
hearing something.
Well, at least we
At
know
least
the
the Sin
entire
video's gonna
world
be good,
didn't
maybe.
vanish.
Who knows? For the most part, it's competently told. It's just, relying a bit too much on the same
But
trick of, like, the
given
memory
who
viewing
is
stuff.
here, we can't count out the rapture quite yet. I need to take a breather. I'm gonna do a bit of shopping. You look for Tessa.
Ever been to a
okay?
Cracker Barrel? Not a while, but I do often buy Cracker Barrel cheddar cheese at the store. Usually I get extra sharp. But what sprung this Cracker Barrel question, if I may ask?
Yes, sir. Wait, you said you were near Crystal. Caesar's closed up that way, yeah?
You stay here, sis. I'm gonna go talk with the men and get orange juice.
You could use some of that at the house.
My videos are like sex. Even the worst ones are still pretty good. Nice. I like that my videos make you horny
Hey guys,
and think of something
I
like
hope
that.
I'm not interrupting.
Not at all.
I don't know how, but apparently they do.
Hey, Tyler Ronan.
Huh. We keep bumping into each other, don't we?
I always thought them
What
more
were
like
you guys talking
foreplay.
about?
I don't think you'd be interested.
You're just wondering? Looking for fellow Cracker Barrel brothers?
You two just can't stay away, huh?
Unfortunately, we're looking for Tessa again.
She took off about half an hour ago. Sorry.
Is Tom busy?
Is Tom busy?
Horny
He's been
for
in the
me?
office
Yeah,
all morning,
apparently
so
so.
who knows? But
There was a lot of flirting
Tom,
going
so
on last night in
it's probably
stream.
safe to interrupt him.
I don't think Dartigan Ho is here tonight, but we were talking about the feminized version of me that people are drawing on the Discord, so I guess that counts.
Do you know if Tessa's gonna be back soon?
I don't know if she's even coming back. No one tells me anything.
Ugh. You missed it? No, the VOD is always there. You can check it out later. Or you can go directly to the Discord and see the image that, is drawn of, like, sexy girl me. Which I can't help but feel this game is inspired now. They're like, oh, we want to know. You want to do crack in a barrel in a barrel? That's a unique, I don't think I've ever done crack in a barrel yet. I'm gonna go in. Anything else in here? So I have done crack. I do crack daily, chat, multiple times a day. How do you think I'm managing, keep going for streams this long?
Stripes candy? Never heard of
Not
it.
through stamina. Through the power of crack. Magical.
Doing some shopping?
Yes.
Just looking for the woman who runs the place.
The shopkeeper's wife?
But I do the
See
good
if
type
she's
of crack,
around.
chat. The kind that doesn't make your hair and teeth fall out. Very rare.
So, I heard you were shooting moose outside your permit area.
Not really any of your business now, is it?
Come on. I'm not gonna report you, but it's a shitty thing to do.
I think it's time to finish up your shopping and move on, brother.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Oh god. Is this really gonna be our villain? Well, I kind of violated my hunting permits, but just, I'm goddamn near Sephiroth in a game like this, son. That's right. Yeah, that's my theme music, boy. Call me Sepultura. Yeah, there we go. That's a suitable evil name.
Hello, Tyler. Can I help you?
Yeah, I've been snooping.
Hey, I hope this isn't a bad time, but is Tessa around today?
She had to step out for a family matter. This wouldn't be something I could help with, would it?
Yeah, maybe, actually. We were over at the police station and we took a look at Marianne's case file.
Okay.
Why was Tessa at the station?
Why did Tessa come to the police station that night?
She was looking for you two. To make sure you were okay. When she heard what happened, she was a mess.
How exactly did she hear about it so fast?
Can't remember who called, but you know how it is. No news travels faster.
He has
than
a CB
secret.
radio.
Everyone knew 5 minutes after Brown was on his way out.
Tessa reported Marianne to social services. Did you know?
Vaguely. But I didn't get involved.
Small town
I didn't think I really had anything to add.
You never thought to mention it?
Well, now, I'm not sure how a thing like that would have come up. And I didn't want to rub salt in any wounds.
Huh. How about when we were in the store yesterday asking about it point blank?
That was between you and Tessa. I try to stay out of other people's affairs.
Thank you, Tom. You've been utterly useless.
Okay. Thank you.
Look,
Who's
I'm
Marianne?
sorry if you felt
That was our mama.
resistance from people around here.
To put it mildly.
Allison, you know this better than anybody. But your mother's death left a scar on this community. Now, I won't claim we went through anything close to what you did, but it was a
Yeah, he is running to be a politician. This is very political of him.
Trust.
Got news for him. He ain't winning with his gun control measure. Not in a small town. We need the truth to heal.
Well, if we want to get past the limits of trust, we all need to face what happened, which means being completely honest about it.
We all want to find peace, kids. It's just harder for some people to talk about the past. Now, you let me know if you have any other questions, okay?
Hey,
Yes?
you said I should remind you not to be late for your meeting, so don't be late.
Yep. I'll be on my way in a minute. So,
What flag is that on his
kids,
teacup, by the way?
Was there anything else you two wanted to talk to me about?
Did you ever hear any rumors about our mother? Like, who her father
Italy?
might have been?
Not very
exactly
American of
a
you,
rumor,
sporting the
Bob.
Italian flag, is
Your
it?
mother was close to a few men, but whether they were your father, I couldn't say.
Gotta have wear the American flag pin, wear the American shirt, coffee mug, all that stuff.
But look, oh, gosh. I'm sorry. I really have to go. Michael, could you finish up the storage room and then just close up?
Yeah, sure thing, boss man.
See you later.
I still get paid for full day, right? No?
You two want to help a brother out, spend the afternoon here working for free?
Why not? We came here to talk to Tessa, and she's not here.
She's at the cemetery, visiting her parents.
Oh.
Guess we're not
Hey,
helping
tell you
now.
what. Why don't you guys help me close the store, and then we can drive over together. I've been meaning to pay my uncle a visit.
Can't we just wait for her to come back here? I'm not really excited about going there.
Oh, there was the goblin.
We don't have to visit her grave.
I'm gonna start working in the storage room. Tyler, join me when you're done.
Sure thing. Just give me a sec.
Talk with sis. I need to start a new recording though. I've been on this one for a while. That's dangerous. Too bold tonight, chat. Too bold.
Where'd that question about our father come from?
Organic black tea and green tea. Curious what he knows.
I've just been thinking
What?
about who he might be. And if he knows anything.
It's even
that
their
could help
local
us figure
brand.
this shit
They got
out.
their logo on
Why?
it.
He wasn't a part of our lives. Besides, Marianne always said we never had a father.
Well, her name might have been Mary, but I don't think she was a likely candidate for Immaculate Conception. Hey, so you look less than thrilled with
Deem
the plan.
streamer. Sadly,
Yeah,
I've already.
like I said,
Actually, I got a sip or two
I'm
left.
not stoked to be going to the cemetery.
Lukewarm cold tea.
I know, but I'll be there too. And Michael.
I'm not sure I want to drag him into this.
Hey, he offered. He wants to be there for you.
In fact, let me
For
just
me.
down the rest
Well-
of this cup while I'm thinking of it.
Well, we need to get the store closed, so.
All right,
Go give
tea
him
is
a-
finished.
You sure you're gonna be okay?
Yes, so stop hovering.
Alright, let's load stuff. Chat, who would be a likely candidate for Immaculate Conception? You're asking in this game? Is that the only characters we get to choose from? Chat, have you ever... Chat, something you should realize. Sephiroth is, you know, immaculately conceived. It's a little bit of a Jesus parable they put in the game that they don't ever directly, you know, tell you what he is. That's why he also has
I already
wings.
counted there, but I just need you to double check a few things. It's not complicated.
I've got this in the back.
Oh yeah? Because you're just that good, huh?
No, he isn't. Don't say false things. Technically, he... It's a bit of, yeah, both it is and he isn't. Look at the poster above Michael. Oh, I see, yeah, you're right. Paul, I was wondering if there'd be any callbacks.
Yeah, let's start
Shit,
with
I
an
was
easy
doing that
one.
and I missed
Alright.
the response.
Go to the back of the room and tell me how many cans of Molto Bene brand tomato sauce we have left.
Aye, aye. Hey, you remember the ad for this? What was their slogan again?
Huh. Something poetic about time travel and life being weird, I think.
Life is weird. Way better game than ours, you know. Just saying.
Remind me where I'm going, and, what am I supposed to be counting?
Back of the room. And we're looking for Molto Bene tomato sauce.
I prefer San Marzanos. Make for great pizza sauce.
Remind me where I'm going, and, what am I supposed to be counting?
Back of the room.
I started this
And we're
spoiler
looking for
time.
Molto
I know who
Bene tomato
technically his
sauce.
father is, but there was no actual conception, you know, in the traditional sense. It was a science experiment, but it still is meant to be sort of seen in that way. Another video game characters love their Jesus, you know, lessons. Like J.C. Denton is also immaculately conceived through technology. That's why his initials are J.C.
Why are you laughing?
I was just remembering the time Allison and I opened up a bag of flour and threw it at each other's faces. We called it a summer
Video
snow
games
fight.
think that's
We
deep
made
when
a
you do that.
gigantic mess. Marianne was pissed. You know, when you think about it, glass is really just tortured sand.
Huh. Have you been sniffing this
What?
spray paint, Tyler?
Please tell me they didn't think that was a deep thing to say. This is just tortured sand. Tortured sand. Oh my god, that's the worst. Red, you know, a bit of a one, isn't it? Red Queen. That was a line from, I don't remember that line from Vampire. But I was, you know, obviously the red, you know, blood wine glass is but I didn't remember the tortured sand line. I definitely would have seen that if I recall, if I would have found it.
We could use some of that at the house.
So do we get a Life is Strange 2 reference in here somewhere? I did send that. Did I send that line? Well, I don't even remember my own stuff anymore. It has been a couple of years.
I wonder what's in that box. I wonder what's in that box.
You know, I've kind of like basically, you know, deleted all the memories of that game from my mind. You have to remember that was a painful experience for me. Get a sit.
Tired already?
I want to think.
Tired already?
You won't let me think.
Is that the mangy muskrat? Is that a picture of a priest with little hearts?
Yeah. That's the hot priest who hosts Bible study with Tessa.
Hot priest
For the
action.
record, that was Allison's doing. She had a crush on him for ages. But he is very, very hot.
Shit, yeah. I remember him from when we were kids.
So fucking
That's
hot.
Father Batista.
Yeah, he's got
Oh,
that
that's
silver
Batista.
fox thing going on now, see?
Yeah, yep. I see it.
Little ladies, I'm here to teach you about God and love.
Yikes, that's unsettling.
Maybe that's how Don't Nod get you to play their games. You forget how bad the last one was.
Oh, I drank this at a
That's a
party
Remember
once.
Me reference, by the
It
way.
did not end well.
Oh, any good stories?
I even got an
mean,
achievement
probably,
that had the word remember in
but
it.
nothing I remember really makes sense, so...
So, we're just looking for the Life is Strange 2 reference now.
No, that's not it. Why am I standing here looking at this?
I'm looking for game references.
Maybe I should pick up some for Allison? I wonder what's in that box.
There's something wolf related, that's what I'm looking for. I will not be deterred. Yeah, that's what I said. That reference was for Remember Me, the game.
I wonder what's in that box.
That was a character in it too, I believe. Or a mascot character in it.
That's not what Michael wanted.
Random
no,
Mexican
that's not
flag? Wait, that coffee cup thing? I guess that could have been it. It's a really obscure reference, though. See you later, Puff.
I wonder what's in that box.
He wants to know what's in the box. Wood warning. Or wood varnish, never mind. I was gonna make a joke about, yeah, you better warn about the wood. Molto bene. Ladies, I got a wood warning for you tonight. It's looking stormy.
I don't need any of this. Hold on. Let me count this.
Life is Strange 2 reference is randomly getting beat up by a white male. Well, that hasn't happened yet. 14?
There's 14 cans of Malta
Oh,
Bene
no,
tomato
I
sauce.
miscounted. Shit, I wasn't know what it...
Sounds about right.
Man, I'm so good at this.
I'm bad at math. I wasn't actually counting them.
Count the bottles of bleach for me.
Where's that? I gave him the wrong number, chat.
And where are they at exactly?
I thought you had this in the bag.
Alright, you know what? I gave him the right number.
I'll give you a hint. Tessa
I just
puts the
guessed. I was
heavy
just like
stuff
guessing
near
at the
door
answer.
On the bottom shelves.
Alright, I think I can work with that.
Bleach.
I don't need any of this.
God, this is some filler-ass filler, isn't it? God, I like stocking shelves in video games.
Maybe I should pick up some for Allison?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6?
Alright. Not bad, Tyler. Not bad.
Careful.
Taking inventory
They might
is
give
fun.
me your job.
Oh, you can have it.
What's next?
Come here and help me with this.
You have a good night, Venom. Sleep tight. Filler isn't helped by the guy searching unlabeled boxes for random references. Well, they put the references in there because they knew this scene was so goddamn boring. Had to do something to keep you entertained. Like, oh, you recognize this part. Alaska is so diverse and, you know, friendly. Alright, what you need?
What's up?
I need your opinion on this masterpiece.
Is that supposed to be me?
Yeah, come on. Look at the hair. Nailed it, right?
Beautiful. You should see the female version that was drawn to me, though. It beats it all to hell.
Honestly, it's beautiful.
Hey, don't make fun of me.
I'm not. Oh, maybe a little bit, but I like it. For real.
Well, it helps to have a
At least you didn't draw me as a furry.
So, this is what you're up to while I was out there doing your work?
What can I
Something
say?
gonna happen in the game?
I'm a
There's usually
multitasker.
something happens at the end of an
You
episode.
multitasker? I think you made a mistake here. Total amount should be 36.
Oh, how dare you, sir?
What? I just don't want you to get in trouble.
Yeah, you're right. You know, I'm off my game today.
Definitely feel like it should have been a Lifetime original movie.
All
You
right.
know,
Anything else you wanted me to check?
not a bad way of
Yep,
describing
one last
Donut.
thing, and then we should be free from this purgatory.
Hit me.
Can you count how
Either
many
that or the
plushies we
Hallmark
have in that
channel.
box over there?
Okay.
Box. Anything but furries. You know, there's been a lot of games that are like trying to pull in the furry audience recently.
I wonder what's in that box.
Not the box I needed. They sense a market with furries, and they're going to give them what they want, what they need.
I wonder what's in that box. No, that's not it. Why am I standing here looking at this?
Box of plushies? Oh, where did I see those at? Do you ever feel like life is a death game? No, that's a depressing way of looking at anything.
So,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
you've got about 11 left in that box. Did I get it wrong? Michael? Ouch, what the fuck?
Hey, sorry. It was just too tempting.
Everyone hits me in the back of the head. Action. Oh my god, really?
Lesson number 1 in the ancient art of inventory. Never let your guard down.
You have no idea what you just started.
Think
First
of
one with 3
merchandise.
confirmed hits wins. Cool? Gotcha.
It's almost like I'm playing a shooter,
Gotcha.
chat. You will be the
One more
Doomslayer.
hit and you're out.
Rip
Prepare
and
to feel my
tear,
wrath.
Tyler.
God, you're corny. Oh, come on. Is that all you got, Ronan?
Just you wait. I've got a strategy.
Oh, yeah? We'll see.
And poke his head out. Gain confidence.
Boom.
Where do I keep finding new... Did I bring the entire box with me?
Oh, man, you're
This is
good.
how guys hang out, by the way.
I told you not to doubt the
This is
golden
what we
arm.
do in our
Well, we'll never
downtime.
make that mistake again. Okay. I'll need to finish this inventory thing real quick. Your sister's
This is starting to feel like one of
probably
those
done
kind of
already.
scenes that's written by a lady and what she thinks guys are up to when they're,
Let's hit the
by
bitch's
themselves.
grotto.
The what?
Fancy
Kind of
name
like a
for the
guy
couch
writing a
where
scene
Alice
with
and the
girls
guys
like,
sit
oh, they
during
just,
breaks.
pillow fight and,
Alright,
talk about
cool.
girl boob
Let me
things.
see what you've done with the place.
Girls have to have at least, 4 pillow fights per week. I know how you ladies depict us in your fiction. I've read your fan fiction. It's disgusting.
Oh, hey, see that container?
We're always
you.
bonding
It's the trout I caught yesterday at the buzzard hole. Grilled it up
and
with my
telling each other our
world-renowned
feelings.
marinade.
What gave you this impression?
Oh, wow. Thank you. World-renowned marinade, huh?
Pizza time.
What's in it?
A magician never reveals his secrets.
Take a slice of that Zama, bruh. Only way to make men not be offensive? No, well, no. It's just, just generally, corniness. I guess we're all out our corny writing from time to time, though. Now I get to sit.
I'm surprised Tessa let you hang this up.
Yeah, she hates it. But as long as I don't promote my lifestyle in front of the customers, She didn't say anything.
Man, must be exhausting to spend your days educating these people.
Here's the thing, I don't. Opening the minds of this town will be a full-time fucking job. And emotional labor
You're edging
pays
close,
shit.
game. You're getting close to LA2 territory. You ever get lonely here? Have you ever been with anyone here? How's your sex life?
I hope this isn't too personal, but you ever been with anyone in Delos Crossing?
I dated a guy in high school for a minute, but we had to keep it quiet. I've been with a few other people, but that shit's tricky out here.
Game going
And
somewhere?
What about you?
Maybe.
You ever been with a guy? I mean, assuming you're into
It feels like we've already discovered the mystery. We're just waiting to find out what the demon thing is, though. Never met the right person.
I've never really been with anybody. Guess I was too busy processing trauma or whatever. But if I met a guy I was into,
Female.
who knows?
Do you ever get lonely? Is this what? Have you ever been? Do you ever get lonely? Cold winter nights.
Do you ever get lonely in Delos Crossing?
Yeah, sometimes. So I'm always in Juneau working with the JCE, meeting new people. I gotta make my shit happen for me, because no one else will.
Right. I feel you.
Anyway.
And
Email written, mail and mail, and fan fiction. We're always talking about the horrible it was when Daddy left, and then we have sex. A lot of it ends that way.
I gotta tell you, it's so weird to finally meet the other Ronan.
You mean the OG Ronan? I was born first, you know.
Is that so? The Allison said
You know, I
she
never
was.
hear twins
Well,
actually having that
our
argument
mother
about who was
never
born a minute or an
actually
hour
told
before.
us, but it was me. So, why
I'm
is
the
it
older
so
one.
weird to meet me?
Because I just heard Allison tell your story so many times. She told me everything about
Why
you.
is he not looking at him? He can't look people in the
Fire
eyes.
weed, your transition. I hope that's okay, by the way.
Yeah, it's fine. She asked me first.
Yeah, figures. That lady is thorough and she loves you like crazy.
I know. So, yeah, you were probably the first person to know about it other than Allison.
I'm glad he trusted me. And it's great to finally get to know you in the flesh. You're pretty alright.
Not too bad yourself. I like your gauges.
But you're not too bad yourself.
I try not to be. Especially around guys I'm trying to impress. So I wasn't blowing smoke when I said you should move to Juneau with us.
I know.
I've got a community there. Could be yours too.
Fitting in. There's a concept.
You have no idea how life-saving a chosen family can be. It pulled me out of the dark more times than I can
Cocaine
count.
injected right into my brain. Sign me up.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Of course. Shoot.
Why do you care so much if I move to Juneau?
I fell in love
Like I
with you
said,
over these 2 times I've
wanna
met
get
you in
to
the,
know
the
Because I'm just
store.
that fascinating, huh?
Honestly, yeah. I think you might be one of a kind, Tyler Ronan.
You're swell. You're swell. I'm from the 50s. Why, gosh, golly. I'm, fancy you. Sure, let's be super gay. Oh, wait, I'm not even sure whether this is
Golly
gay
gee,
anymore.
Michael, I think you're swell too. You're the cat's pajamas.
God, you are terrible. You got no
way
game,
better
son.
compliments
Cat's
than that.
pajamas.
But I can't open with my best, right?
It's cool. So, I'll get more of those if I get to know you better.
For sure.
You know, I've actually,
If that's
listened to
something
gay
you're
guys hitting on each other before. It is nothing like this.
Oh, hey.
I've been standing at
Not
that
at
counter
all.
for an hour waiting for you two dum-dums to come back. Are you guys ready to go?
Mm-hmm. I think we've done about as much damage as we can back here.
Yeah, let's go.
What is it like? You can probably imagine. You ruined the moment. Does that count as a cock block?
Here we are.
I didn't look at the other poster on the wall. If you did, Michael will reveal he and Allison did moon rocks.
Thanks for letting me hitch a ride over.
No problem. You sure we can't drive you back?
Nah, you're like stretching my legs. It isn't far.
Old
Anyway,
though.
can't put
Old
the
as
wind in a
fuck.
bottle.
All right.
Tessa should be at her parents' grave, not far from the entrance. Look for a big crooked tree. You can't miss it. I'm gonna go check in with my uncle. Good luck. For real.
He wants both of them for himself, chat. He desires the twin harem.
You look pretty spooked.
I've never been a big fan of cemeteries, especially after.
Dart, please.
promise
Are you
after this,
asking?
we can chill
Dart,
at the
please,
house.
more. I
Cool?
love it. I can give you more. Going for the high score. He wants to be a legend. You know, there's certain bragging rights if you get twins, chat. There is. It's like the unicorn moment. Wait, was one of these the? Was one? What did the car of that old guy on the the dock or the ferry look like? I wouldn't be surprised if he shows up here. Like I'm in love with you too, Tyler. The way you stood on that boat, made this old man's heart warm up.
I never wanted to come back here.
Yeah, that makes
I'll
two of
kill
us.
anyone who gets near you. That wasn't his car? No, good memory then.
The pearl of a runlet that never ceases. With a hollow, boiling voice it speaks, and has spoken since hills were turfless peaks.
Yeah, a man like that hikes and walks. He doesn't drive a vehicle. Like, I use my legs, my God-given legs. We return to the shadow monster.
So,
I wish.
do
I'm
you
kind
ever
of
come
more
back?
interested in that than anything else now.
Better?
Much.
Why do people always feel like they have to whisper in cemeteries?
I don't know. Probably just a mirror neuron thing.
Oh, what?
Monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah.
Go that way. God damn it, gang! Don't give me a path if I can't go down it just yet.
Since the funeral?
No, I've never had a reason to. Thankfully.
And we were okay. I'm sure the shadow monster though is going to be a disappointment. It literally is just going to be like, we imagine you, and something lame. I guarantee you. I don't think they're going to go in the direction of an actual monster.
Mom, why do we always come here?
Does it bother you?
No, it's just weird because we don't know any of these people. I mean, except Eddie's mom.
It never hurts to say hello.
Because they're very lonely.
That's right, sweetie. And sometimes,
The man behind the slaughter showed up. No.
even if you can't see them, they stay
Hey, could you tell Sis to stop doing that weird thing while we're having this conversation?
always here.
Mom?
Your Tai Chi lessons can wait.
Always.
She loved us. A lot, but sometimes it was like loving us hurt her.
Do you think she was just really scared?
Do you think these two were homeschooled?
Maybe.
By any chance?
Yeah. But I don't know.
Their mom
I mean,
seemed the type.
Most parents are scared of losing their kids.
Also, do you think their mom was like, yo, I ain't vaccinating my children? Getting weird vibes. Mourning those who have journeyed to the other side, as all love transcends the old boundaries. Passing of a clan member of an event felt throughout the community. People come together to mourn a loved one. Yada yada yada, after the service, yada yada, your fees will be collected. And then at the very end we get a big old ooh-woo. Land-owned regalia. Symbolically catch tears before they hit the ground and comfort grieving clan members with the support. You know, you're using the word clan a lot. The national outlawing of native religions and ways of life. Much of our knowledge of the old ways of Tlingit spiritual practice has been lost. Below are two everlasting examples of the love and reverence we continue to show our departed in the tradition of our ancestors. 40-day party is observed 40 days after the passing to pay respects for the departed. Some believe there is a mere recent tradition. Family members organize a shared meal where a fire dish, one plate of food is burned to nourish and comfort the spirit of the departed. 1 year or more from the passing, Uex Potlatch is held to first mourn, then celebrate the life of the departed. It's hosted by the clan of the deceased. This is to honor the departed clan member through a traditional ceremony. Show appreciation and pay debts to the opposite Moti, who supported the clan during time of mourning. Culture chat, you're getting it. Am I going to send Watch Dogs Legion? Of course! Of course I will. I mean, I've seen the first two. Wouldn't make sense to stop now, would it? In fact, I've got a lot of games to send. Literally, like starting, in like 2 weeks. All of them big open world games too.
Well, here's the crooked tree, but no Tessa.
Let's check around for her parents' grave, just to make sure this is the right spot.
You think it's possible Michael remembered it wrong?
What games are coming out?
Inventory with him before,
There's
so
Mafia 1
yes.
next week, and there's also some horror games coming out. There's that Dark Pictures anthology game, and there's a new Amnesia game, and you got the Spider-Man game coming on PS5 and PS4, and you got some other horror game coming on Xbox. I think it's gonna be a launch game. And you got all the big open world games from Assassin's Creed and Watch Dogs and Cyberpunk. And then I think there was something in December as well. And then in December there's another Don't Nod game called, Twin Mirror. I'm probably forgetting one or two. There might be something still left to be said that's being released with the Xbox. I plan to play Age of Calamity off stream. What's Age of Calamity again? There's also that other Ubisoft open world game about gods and the other Greek Ubisoft open RPG, open world game. I kind of wonder if that Gods and Monsters or whatever it used to be called, or what it was called and what's called now, is like actually reusing parts of Odyssey's map. Because they're both set in Greece, or a fantasy version of it.
De Leon.
That's the one.
Don't tell me we missed her.
Bird. America.
Hello, Mr. Eagle?
Kids. It's time.
Killing illegal, eagle is illegal. That's hard to... eagle, illegal is a hard word pairing, by the way.
Wait, is this the one we called the Big Crookedy?
The exact one.
Why didn't we call it Gnarl's Branching? Total missed opportunity.
Because we weren't hip to basketball back then?
Oh, Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity? I don't think I'll be sending... I mean, who knows? I can't really say for what I'll do with that, or if I'll even play it.
You really have to go, Eddie?
You can hold my hand if you want.
I can walk fine on my own.
It'll be quick, okay? Then we'll get something to eat.
What do I think of Ghost Runner? Looks alright. Looks fun.
It's probably for the best. I don't think either of us are exactly eager to relive what went on behind that gate.
So... I know I said we didn't have to visit her grave.
But it feels like the right thing to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Where's Dante, the gravekeeper? I want to run through his gauntlet. Most famous video game graveyard, by the way. Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Prove me wrong. I mean, it's better than killing an ill eagle, which is awesome. You stop it, you. You and your word games. Uncharted 4's graveyard? No, I can recall Legend of Zelda Ocarina's graveyard literally by memory. All this snow makes you think of a game you haven't played yet? Interesting. Go talk to our friend first. Any thoughts on Cyberpunk? It looks interesting to me. I'm not gonna let myself get hyped for it because you can always be disappointed.
Last year, I was really hard on him.
But I think it's from a trusted developer, so we should be in good hands.
Long time no see.
I can't wait to like
Do you want some
completely
company?
customize my genitalia up the ass. And yes, I made that sentence. I've been sitting on that sentence for a while. Even that sitting on the sentence part of it, I've been sitting on for a while. That's how far ahead I plan these puns, chat.
How are you,
Think about it for a second, you'll get it.
Everything's such a mess. I thought we'd almost be done packing by now. I'm so ready to put this place behind us. At least Mr. Hollywood Handsome over there is good company.
Funny how you never mentioned
Hollywood
what your brother
Handsome.
looked like before he got into town.
Oh, I just thought I'd surprise you.
I can hear you.
Hey, you do realize I can hear you, right?
Cover your ears, the grown-ups are talking.
I will
Anyway,
join
girl,
you for
I know you're in it
conversation.
right now, but try not to let it get to you. Do you know
Is this a bad time?
with you? Never.
Don't mind me.
God.
I'm not really here.
Hey, I get to see your ugly mug almost every day. You're old news, lady.
You wound me. Deeply.
Does this count as
So,
a bench
can I
moment?
help you
Yeah,
guys
they've
out somehow?
advanced to it. You have multiple people talking at the bench now.
So what was your uncle like?
Oh boy. Where do I start? You know that one grumpy grandpa in all the sitcoms? The one that types like a T-Rex and never leaves
Possible to
his
send
recliner?
that Kingdom Hearts melody game? I don't know, probably not. Rhythm
Just
games
how
are
does
a
one
bit out
type
of
like
my
a T-Rex?
forte, you know, or a bit out of my comfort
almost kissing
zone.
the keyboard. Like, makes you look like you got tiny baby arms, like a T-Rex.
There are other Kingdom Hearts
Never
games I'd
change,
get to
Michael.
before I ever tried that.
Anyway, as grumpy as he was, they didn't make him any sweeter than him. He's the kind of guy who accepted you for where you were
Also,
at.
if I can send that, it opens me up to having to send those
How
Persona
many of
dancing
those are
games.
there? You and your uncle were really close, huh?
Definitely. I could push his buttons without even trying. My family's old school Plinkett. Spent more time with my uncle than my dad. He was the first person to test out all my new recipes. Even before Allison.
Guess
Your
I should
peanut
thank
butter
Uncle
squid
William for
sandwich is
saving me
delicious.
from a muffin top.
Can't wait to try that marinade and just cover me in it.
Can't wait to get home and try that famous marinade. So, what's the secret ingredient?
Wouldn't you like to know, huh?
Birch syrup.
How could you?
Twins before hoes, Michael.
Did you say twins before what?
You and your uncle were really close, huh?
Definitely. I could push his buttons without even
Twins
trying.
before. That's what I
My
thought.
family's
I just wanted to
old
make
school
sure.
Plinkett.
It doesn't
Spent
really
more time
rhyme.
with my
Doesn't have
uncle
the same
than my dad.
impact.
He was the first person to test out all my new recipes. Even before Allison.
Guess I should thank Uncle William for saving me from a muffin
You
top.
could have said twins before mins or something. I don't know.
If you need a new taste tester, sign me up.
As if you had a choice.
Eating
I
it
plan to hit you
all.
both up for feedback my whole way through school.
I'm in. As long as there's nothing as adventurous as that Plinkett-style salmon with pepper and saffron.
No way I'm promising that. Fortune favors the bold, goes double for food.
I think we're done.
Talk to you later.
You
The
bet.
most awkward relationship I've ever seen.
Anyway, girl, I know you're in it right now, but try not to let it get to you. Juna's gonna seem real boring after all this, huh?
I think we need to go
Boring
over here.
sounds so good right now.
Dialogue is great.
Binging
Don't you
terrible
knock it.
shows
It's good
while my
stuff, and you know it.
amazing roommate cooks something
You know you're
delicious.
enthralled.
Delicious food for tax returns?
You got yourself a deal, mister.
What's up, Jim Jam Booty? I give you the 3-month streak. Hope you've been enjoying yourself. You're a streaky boy at all. That's right.
For what it's worth, I remember staring at the water during the funeral.
Is this how Alaskans flirt? I don't know. If Puff was still, is Puff still here? She could confirm. It may we may be stepping on some cultural toes.
Only a few steps in.
Allison, please.
I'm not going.
Allison. Come back!
Huff went to bed? No.
Yeah.
She didn't want to have to confirm the Alaska secrets.
Totally gone.
Alaska Secrets could be the name of a Tom Clancy novel, by the way.
I'm holding you to that. Afterwards, you and I had a moment over there by the totem, right? I wonder if we could see that.
Doesn't hurt to check.
She a moment by the totem. What is my opinion on Star Wars Squadrons? I haven't really paid too much attention to it.
Yeah,
It might.
that's where
I
I
hope
went
it's
when I
good,
ran
but
off.
it seems like it's a very small game they put together quickly. And just trying to, like, use the nostalgia of TIE and
I
X-Wing
won't let
games.
them take you away. I'm gonna tell them the truth. You swore, Allison. I'm gonna be okay. Please don't worry about me.
Can I imagine life as a don't non-protagonist? Well, they go for like a realistic main character, just with like a little bit of magic thrown in.
I really wish you'd been able to.
It's not like everyone has an exciting life. Some people's lives are this mundane.
Look, I didn't make any promises that day. You did. Watch.
They all think you killed her. It's not fair. I'll be okay. You have to take care of yourself now.
See?
It's possible, but I don't think so.
Well, I know so. Thinking about it got me through the rest of the day.
Random hobo charges into the forest and starts stabbing everyone. Interesting plot twist.
Soon, all right?
I've been going with Allison's memories this entire time. I'm going to keep it up.
I'll be back soon.
I'm going to take her as the level-headed one.
Chief Brown's gonna take care of you. We'll be okay. You'll see.
Kids, it's about to start.
I'm sorry it took me so long to come back. I got so caught up in everything that...
You really don't have to explain. I understand what you were going through now.
Are you
I
ever...
wonder how well this game sold. I didn't see many people talking about it.
Maybe someday, but not today.
Like I said, I keep getting the feeling that Don't Nod is going in the same direction as Telltale. That they're just making games that aren't profitable. Because I had that one big hit that was Life is Strange, and they're just trying to replicate it and not having much success.
You think Snowball still lives in there?
Snowy owls only tend to live about 10 years.
Oh, rest in
Way to
peace,
depress me.
Snowball.
Now, this is not a very well-kept graveyard, I'm just gonna say. I hope our tax dollars aren't going for this.
Man, I forgot how hard Marianne took it when Eddie's mom died.
We were only 4.
There are countless acclaimed games you personally never seem to see anyone talking about. Well, I can't take notice of every single game. Just the ones I'm, playing. But I've literally been, I've looked, and not many people have paid much attention to this game. In terms of like, yeah, I want to get that.
It was years later.
I mean, I'm not exactly rooting for their failure, you see. I don't wish that on anyone. I'm just saying I think they're making the same mistake that Telltale made. But if anyone has the financial data, feel free to shove it in my face and tell me what a moron I am. Behind the grave? Oh. There's a thing.
Her box is still here?
We did cover it in like 100.
Oh, it's just one of these stupid collectibles. I don't think these actually do anything, do they? Unless I'm working toward the secret ending. Over here first. Yeah.
And then I took Dana ice skating on Wednesday. I wish you could have seen her. She took off across that ice like she was born to do it. She's your child, that's for sure. got an offer for a real job, Meech. Teaching music and... Oh, hi. I didn't see you there.
Did you hear that DMC5 won't be on
No,
PC,
Hondo.
just the DLC?
Hey, you're that nice gal from the
well, as long as it's the
Becky
same
store.
content, it doesn't
Allison,
really
right?
matter.
Yes. And you're... It starts with a K, right?
Kendra, don't worry. Don't expect you to keep track of everyone who passes through. And you would be...
Her brother. I'm Tyler.
Pleased to meet you, Tyler.
Hello. Where's your accent from?
I hope this isn't rude, but where's that accent from?
Georgia.
Georgia. Born and raised.
That's pretty obvious.
Landed in Delos about 2 years ago.
From Georgia to the middle of nowhere, Alaska. There's gotta be a story there.
Well, I wasn't planning to stay for more than a few months. We
It
came
doesn't
up for the fishing
recognize a
season,
Georgian
just
accent.
like we'd done twice before. My husband, Meech, he always tried to convince me to stay on longer, but I wasn't having it. But then... Well, we lost him. Fishing accident.
Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Way too many families around here have lost someone that way.
Yeah, something's gotta change. Anyway, now it's just me and my daughter, Jaina. And I just can't bring myself to pack us up and leave him here
Sounds
all
like
alone.
Alabama? No, that's straight up Georgian. Want to go back to Georgia?
Do you want to go back to Georgia?
Well, that's the real question, ain't it? I never used to like it here. Too cold, too quiet, like a frozen desert. Thousands of miles from family. But these days, I finally started to see it the way Meech did. All of the beauty.
You refuse to believe anyone from the state of Georgia, humid state, would move
I
to
just
Alaska?
wish it
Well, maybe they
hadn't
got tired of the
taken losing him to
humidity.
get me to come around. I'm realizing now I fought him more out of stubbornness than anything else.
Plus, they do have some pretty sweet deals on property there.
That's gotta be hard.
You actually get
Yeah.
land for free, I think, if you move there
Don't
and stay
ever
there
let
for
your
so
own
long.
sense of what is come between you and the people you love. It's a real easy way to squander precious time.
Do you think you might stay then?
Well, my mama's been making the case that Jaina deserves to grow up with family. And she's probably right. But if I'm honest, the solitude here is a bit of a relief. I don't have to worry what 100 other people are up to, just, me and my girl. No matter which way I look at it, there just ain't a clear choice.
What do you think Jaina wants?
I think she's happy to be wherever her toys are. But when I think
Always.
of how close I was to my cousins growing up, well, she may not realize she's missing out, but she will be. I probably put too much
Only the
stock in
Virgil
chance
DLC
encounters,
mode?
but
Legendary Dark Knight mode
You
and
have any
ray.
thoughts?
Oh, it's got ray tracing? Interesting. How does it? You should stay. Be happy.
It sounds like you've got a good thing going here. Why not give
I
it
guess
a
it's got a
little
very
more time
limited
to see?
amount of ray tracing,
I
like
do, don't
reflections
I?
or something.
I can always change my mind, but
But
for now,
sucks
it
if
feels
so,
like
though.
the right thing to do.
It sounds like you've only got good options. I don't think you need to worry about making a wrong choice.
I really appreciate that.
Well, we should get moving. I hope everything works out for you and your daughter.
See you around, Kendra.
You two have a good day.
We will meet again in episode 3. Alright, down here, and then this could be the end of the chapter, actually, whatever happens here next.
I know. And her daughter's barely 2 years old. God, those kind of accidents.
You're having a
happen
hard
all the
time not making
Penalties
racist
cost
jokes.
less
Is that an urge you often feel like, don't say the word,
This
It's like something you got to work on a little bit.
No dice. Not hers.
Just a compelling urge, like
Why
think
can't
of
I remember?
think of what your
Where is
mother
she?
would think. An old TikTok account. It can't be that old. TikTok ain't that exactly, wretch old category of social media.
Is that her?
What the hell was going on with you? What broke?
Why didn't you say anything? We were your goblins. You didn't have to do it all alone.
emotion. You feel like you're there at sea. Ooh, the cry.
Tessa?
Have I seen the try not to say inward challenge? I am a champion then, because I don't really feel the compulsion to say that.
I wasn't expecting to see. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Feeling a little guilty, maybe?
When we pass on, our graves are all
Still
anyone
unavailable
has
in
to
multiple
remember
countries? I
us
bet I can
by.
take a guess at which countries.
Letting hers just fall apart would be cruel. I'm not a cruel person.
Cruel enough to call social services on our mother.
I wanted to protect you. Marianne was getting worse all the time. I was afraid that if things kept going the way they were, then one day...
We were going to end up dead?
No, I won't do this again.
She did try to kill you.
I refuse to be held responsible for her choices.
Marianne was fine until you reported her.
Fine. She was getting by on handouts for years. There are only so many times you can show up high to a generous offer of employment. Assuming you show up at all. In the end, she isolated herself from everyone. She was alone and out of options.
She had us until you threatened to have us taken away.
I couldn't let her drag you down with her. She had you stealing for God's sake. Your mother never wanted to be a part of this community. She always thought she was better than the rest of us. A spoiled little girl playing fairy princess in the woods. If she just settled down with someone instead of running around with married men, well, just ask Sam Kansky how much better that would have been for everyone.
Wait, what?
Oh God.
What happened between them?
I wasn't thinking. Please, just forget I said anything.
Tessa!
All I know is whatever went on, Laura left Sam over it. But I shouldn't have said anything about that. I promised I wouldn't. I'm sorry.
Said too much. You destroyed our... You could have done better. It's Gilder.
Typical. Running away when things get tough. I don't buy that Marianne pushed you away. You turned your back on her. And now you're making excuses. Like always, you destroyed our family. You don't even have the decency to admit it.
I know I've made mistakes. All I can do now is say that I'm sorry. If I could give you back your mother, I would. I don't deserve your forgiveness, especially yours, Tyler. But if there's a place for me in your lives, I'd like to be there.
I have to know something first. Are you good with who I am?
You went through a very challenging time, and anyone could come out on the other side confused. There's help available out there, if you'll take it.
Keep your help.
So that's it then. We're done because I believe something different than you?
No, it's because you don't believe in me.
I see. Then I guess there's nothing more to say. You two really are her children.
Hey, I know that was hard.
That sounded a bit like damning by
You
faint
did
praise.
the right thing. Come on.
Well, there you go. End scene.
That
Now
was
we get the
something, huh?
big twist
Yeah,
for
it
the end
was.
of the episode.
Well, if you feel like saying I told you so, now's the time. Everyone in our lives back then, none of them really gave a shit about us. Sorry,
Yeah,
I
you're
didn't
out
mean...
for blood
It's
all of a
okay.
sudden.
I mean, we had to force the truth out of Eddie, too. But at least he took care of us.
Everything's so different.
You know, a part of me really thought I'd come here and everything would be exactly the same. Ignorance is bliss, right?
You can say that again.
Background is pretty. It's alright. They're good at making a scene feel natural. Alright, let us leave. Some of they don't nod in snowy environments. They only really had one other one in that one episode of Life is Strange 2. So, they haven't exactly had a lot of snowy environments. Just this game is set in Alaska, so it makes sense. Got a bench moment. Don't mind if I do. Need a break after all that character.
Not a bad view, right?
Yeah. I get now why they put cemeteries in nice spots. Takes a little bit of the sting off.
Thanks. Coming with me.
Listen, I know this has been hard. I'm really grateful you
I love
saw
our
it
moments
through
on the
with me.
bench.
Fireweed was great, but there was no one really there
3
for
benches
me
in a
like
row.
that,
Yeah, we
you
get.
know? You're the only
That's
one.
how you grow as a
Hey.
person.
Brothers and sisters. Right.
But it's
Benches
been way
solve all
more
issues.
brothers than sisters lately, which is why I'm trying to say thank you.
You really don't have to.
You saved my life, Allison.
Only for you to end up locked up in fireweed for the rest of your childhood.
Wait, are you still blaming yourself for that? Don't. It was my choice.
It's just... I stole your life, Tyler. And then
Made
I
the
totally
introspective
wasted
sits
That's not true.
from
You're
Life is
on your way
Strange,
to
Life is Strange
Denali.
mandatory. You know.
Michael's gonna be a famous chef.
Can't skip
and,
them
and
anymore.
What am I doing?
You gotta hear our bullshit.
Nothing.
You were just dealing with what happened the way that you needed to, alright? As soon as we figure this shit out, we're gonna sell the house, and you're gonna go to Juneau. You're gonna kick ass.
You make it sound so easy.
I don't know what your specific skill set is, but you're gonna
We
kick
never had a
ass at
shot
it.
Easy.
Me, I'm gonna
But
become a welder.
we always pull
Technical
through,
school for
right?
me.
Yeah. You're right. Hey. Wherever Ranger Tyler ends up next, he better come down from the hills to visit us city folk every now and then. You hear?
For sure. And anyway,
Sis,
it's
my
not gonna
butt
be
is
for a
really
while.
cold right now.
we've got time.
Oh yeah, of course. We do.
How many times have they stopped to talk and
I
sit
guess
this
we know
entire
the story
episode?
now, huh? Marianne was done with Delos, and Delos was done with her. Maybe she was too proud, but she worked so hard for so long, and when she reached the end of her rope, no one was there to help her. Not even Tessa or Eddie. And when she heard social services was coming, she
Gave up. But killed her kids? Really? I don't know. It still feels like there's something missing, right?
I know it because there's another episode left. No, they're gonna sell the house. They're gonna live there,
You're
or
never
he
gonna
is, something like
understand
that.
what was going through her mind.
This is
I'll bet
home
even
now.
She didn't.
No one helped our mom who was
That's probably
stealing,
always
abusing
gonna feel
drugs,
that
and,
way.
you know, being a bitch. Yeah. Weird how that was.
I'm gonna fall asleep the second I hit the couch.
You better rally. We still have to do some cleaning before bed.
Do we have to?
Hey, whoever packs the most gets the big couch tonight.
Shit. Alice.
Fuse box, what did you do?
I'll get the fire extinguisher.
Oh, I put the wrong one in, I'm sorry. Yo, the killer from I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Tyler, are you all right?
Allison, barn.
Stay there. I got it.
You didn't get knocked down that hard. I'm just gonna say it right now. Weak constitution.
A guy. He smashed me in the face with the door.
What guy? What did he look like?
I'm not sure.
He wore
I couldn't
leather.
see straight, and he was all in black.
God, why would someone try to burn down our barn?
Do a really shitty job of it.
I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
Where's all those testosterone shots? What'd they go for?
He went looking under the rug?
We have a hidden secret. There's a floorboard. We gotta look. I'm gonna check that last.
I might have found something.
This gas can was already here this morning. He didn't bring it
Yeah,
with
I know.
him.
I already saw that too, sis. I'm checking everything else out because that'll
So,
activate a
did
cutscene.
Eddie teach you how to put out a fire?
Nope. I taught myself.
Did he really have to smash everything? He used this to start the fire.
We saw someone get literally stuck in this
Turn this
scene.
place upside down.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen.
Asshole even dumped the drawers.
Sucks at starting a fire, that's for sure.
Well, at least he left us the junker.
Alright, floorboards.
Hey, come take a look at this.
He went looking under the rug?
It's hard though, sis. I keep looking at other things.
Is that a box under the barn?
Yeah, what the hell? I think this is where the fire started.
So he was trying to burn whatever's inside?
We should check it out.
And you just
I'm
get it
gonna
out
need
and
to
then take it
remove
with
a few
him.
more planks to get to it.
Where could we possibly find a tool to do that?
Crowbar.
None of the valuable stuff's missing.
So let's continue burning it down. Suddenly developed a liking for fire.
This guy went on a tear.
Crowbar.
I guess we know how he made the hole.
This is so dumb. He may use this exact same tool to pry open that board and then just didn't continue and set
I'll be
fire to the
fine.
floor. Do you think that fire would loosen the boards or something?
Well, I only know one person who'd bother to decorate a storage box like this.
Marianne. Let's open it.
Look.
What's that there?
Some kind of carving. Not sure what it is, though. 3 digits. Any ideas?
Marianne was never
Gotta
really
find
a
that
numbers
carving in
kind
the
of
Book
person.
of Goblins. It's a red eye, essentially.
Finding anything?
Just give me a sec. We wrote a shit ton of stories.
Right.
Wait. Look. It's the same symbol.
The Secret Keeper.
Well, let's see if we can find any numbers.
Okay, what, was she talking about the one I just... previous? No. Right, once upon a time in the deep and ancient forest, the crafty goblin spied on the Secret Keeper as she made her rounds, gathering up secrets that the animals of the forest had for sale. How, said the first goblin, does she get people's secrets? Do you suppose she peels open their heads? Let's find out, said the second. And so the goblins watched the Secret Keeper. They watched her until the stalwart moose came to her, head hanging low. It was my fault. I chose the uneven trail. I can't bear to remember. The Secret Keeper nodded, and gazed into stalwart Moose's eyes. Though the goblin couldn't hear anything, they knew she was speaking to the moose. For the secret keeper spoke in people's minds with the gift of the voice. After a few minutes, a stalwart moose blinked. "I feel lighter," said the moose. "Did I just give you something?" "Yes, it's called meth." Secret keeper nodded, handing him a coin. Stalwart moose nodded and plodded along down the trail. He spied the goblins hiding in the woods and narrowed his eyes, for he knew the goblins were up to mischief. 2 goblins whistled instantly, and the moose was forced to carry on because they were not doing anything obviously bad. I didn't see any numbers there. "I need to know what the secret was," said one of the goblins. "Let's go buy it." Well, that 1 coin could be a thing. So the goblins approached the secret keeper before she could stow away Moose's secret. "We want to buy Moose's secret. What do you have to trade?" asked the secret keeper. Her voice filling their minds, the goblins produced a silver-handled hairbrush they had stolen from the princess. The secret keeper nodded, and that is how the goblins came to know that Moose's mate had tumbled down a cliffside to her death. Secret keeper moved on. First, the goblins said, "I want to know more." The goblins followed the secret keeper, hoping to find where she had hid the secrets. They followed her to the peak of a nearby ridge and watched as she stowed the rest of the day's secrets high in a cloud. Where she had gone, they climbed a high spruce tree that disappeared into the misty sky. They reached out, and they managed to dip their hands into the clouds. Okay, I see the numbers in the margins, by the way. Their hands were filled with memories, and they snatched their hands back out, but we might as well read it. As if they had just thrust them into boiling water. Chat, I just told you I see the numbers there. Tears poured down their cheeks. That was how the secret keeper found them, crying in the tree. "You stole my secrets." I'm just reading you bedtime stories, chat. Go with it. See the secret keeper. "Give them back." Crafty goblins. See, I got prepared for my future meal job as reading audiobooks, you know. "Give them back," the crafty goblins stopped crying, as we saw an opportunity. "What will you give us in exchange?" they asked. "I will give you back the silver-handled hairbrush," offered the secret keeper. So many secrets. Pshaw! "You'll have to offer me more than that." "What if," said the secret keeper, "I shared the gift of voice?" Crafty goblins grew excited. That will do." So the secret keeper shared a gift of voice with the goblins, and immediately, they found that they could hear one another's thoughts and feel each other's feelings. Crafty goblins gave back the secret they had taken, and ran back to the big wooden house. They found the princess preparing food. They tried to peer into her mind, but they found it was blank. They tried to speak to her using only their own minds. She could not hear them. It seemed the secret keeper was craftier than the crafty goblins, for she had only shared enough of her power to let the goblins use the gift of voice with each other and not with the whole of the forest. And that is how the goblins stole the gift of voice from the secret keeper. But why could they only use it with each other? Was she aware of this psychic voice? We'll find out. Okay, we got a 0, 3, 1. Okay, 1, 0, 3. Was there 3 numbers or 4 I needed? 1. Anything over there? Okay, maybe it's 130, I guess.
That did it.
We could have also just used the crowbar to, pry it open. Oh. Letter to each of us, huh?
Guessing she didn't know how much of an ass he'd turn out to be.
"Dear Marianne, I need to see you again. I know how that sounds, and I don't want you to think I chase after all the new girls in Delos Crossing. I've always taken my vows seriously, but something changed when I met you. When we're together, I feel like I'm doing 80 down the highway with my lights off, and I never want to stop. No, it isn't right, and we both have a lot to lose, but I need to be with you again. Hope you feel the same. Heart symbol. P.S. I bought you a little something for next time. Can't wait to see how it looks on you. So this is someone writing to Marianne.
Fuck. That's rough.
Marianne, I'm sorry you're in this situation. I know you feel
This guy
you
tried
make
to
a
push
great mother,
Marianne
and
to
I
get an
don't
abortion,
doubt you will someday.
even though she wanted to keep us.
But right now, we have to be sure we don't ruin 3 lives. My marriage hasn't been happy for some time, but that he doesn't deserve this. But mostly I'm worried about you. People here talk, and I don't want you to have to go through that. I know money has been tight, but I'll do what I can to help you do the right thing. Just let me know how much you need. Abort, apparently. Can't ruin my reputation. Alright.
That's everything. What the hell?
So, Marianne hid a box under the barn. Box full of letters from our deadbeat dad.
He came for these letters. He apparently just knew she would hide them under the floor.
He turned the whole place upside down and didn't take anything. All he wanted was that box.
And he was willing to burn down the barn to get rid of what was inside.
Wasn't very
You know
good
what
at
it
prying
all
up boards.
means, right?
Yep. That guy had an affair with Marianne, and he just tried to torch the evidence.
He must have heard we were clearing out the house. He was worried we'd find it.
You know,
Someone got stuck at that part, reading the letters.
I can't shake the feeling I've seen him here before.
Oh, there's only so many characters. I'm guessing guy from boat. Let me go outside.
Why are we seeing this? I don't know about you, but I haven't forgotten anything about that night.
I would have said the same thing, but
It was the Mayo.
something felt different.
True
need to
villain
see
of
the
Dope
rest.
Nods universe.
But you know what happens down there.
That's the thing. I'm not sure I do.
All right, let's go.
We do need to check the boathouse anyways.
Some kind of work boot. Maybe fishing boots?
Wait, has he just been in the boathouse the entire time?
This is where I tripped. Damn. He ran straight for it. No stops, no turns. He was on a mission.
Yeah, they remember the goblin that was watching them from afar. We'll see his identity.
Hey, what are you doing?
Going to the building the game has not let me go to once yet. Because fuck you, that's why it made sense. Remember anywhere around here? This is back on the trail. Bless you, dear girl. Yeah, there it is.
The Mad Hunter.
Wait, there was someone here that night? In the woods?
No. It was just... I saw... Who the hell did I actually see?
Yeah, I was kind of still... I had my hopes, on something actually demonically supernatural, but it doesn't look like we're getting it.
The Mad Hunter.
What? No. That was the Mad Hunter.
What? What are you talking about?
That night, I thought I saw the Mad Hunter in the woods, but I guess it was just some asshole. Some asshole who just fucking stood there and watched while our mother chased me with a shotgun.
Do you think it was the same guy?
Maybe. I mean, it had to be him, right? They were wearing the same fishing gear.
Yeah, unless everyone who wants to mess with us is coordinating outfits.
And wait, he was here once before, wasn't he? A few days before Marianne died?
Maybe?
Hold on. Do you feel that?
No game, I was looking at thing.
Trail ends here.
It looks like he jumped into the gully.
Hey, are there footsteps on the other side?
Yeah, that must be where he climbed out.
Well, he's long gone.
Yeah, I can't follow him over there. Invisible wall and such. Alright, to the boathouse then. Hello, Deno Otaku. How you doing? Welcome. Just gonna finally let me go to the boathouse? Mr. Jefferson, of course.
Tyler, not there.
Our mother fought with someone on the dock about us. We need to know if it was the same guy.
But what if it's not that memory? What if it's... I can't go through that again.
We have to take that chance.
Doing really good? Well, it's good to hear, my man.
I mean, someone just tried to burn our barn down.
Yeah,
no problems
and that
to
means
report
we've
here.
got to be close to something.
I'm not going on that dock.
Even after what I did for you? Guilt her.
After what I did for you? You're really gonna say no to this?
Well, no, but... I just can't keep doing this. Every time we think we understand, something new pops up.
This might be our only shot to figure out who our father is.
Who gives a shit about that
Thank you,
asshole?
Base, for the 100
I
bits.
have a father, and I almost lost him because you won't stop.
Don't blame
Thinking
me
about
because
it,
Chief
generally
Brown
confused as
fucked
to why they
Marianne
couldn't
over.
title the
We
game
need to know
something
the
more
truth.
fitting.
What if I don't want to know the
mechanic.
truth, huh?
Yeah,
Did you ever consider that? No. You just
last
push
game
and
centered
push
on
and...
You have to take
Memories was
responsibility
the
for
title.
your part in
Well, they got another game coming out in just a few months centered around your memories and you remembering them.
What? How can you say that to me?
I didn't. But I did, right? Earlier, to Eddie. But I swear I didn't just say that to you.
So we can't even trust our own voices now?
God, I don't know. Allison.
I'll do it. Let's go.
But yeah, Twin Mirror, from what I've seen of that game, is also about like, a dude, like, piecing together memories of a night he can't remember or something. For some reason this one ain't working. Remember harder.
Ouch! Watch it! You're stepping on my foot! Can you hear what they're saying? Quiet! We don't want Mom to catch us out of bed.
I told you that would happen.
We almost had it, though. That was us watching Marianne fight with that guy. Try to focus on him, all right? Don't think about anything else.
God, stop that game. Oh, hard to recall.
So you're here to make sure I've been keeping my mouth shut? I don't owe you anything.
You've been a little all over the place lately.
All over the place? I've just been trying to survive. If you want to make sure I don't get desperate, you could help us out. Lend me some money.
What happened? Why did it stop?
I can't, Tyler.
But we were so damn close.
Think with all of your brain.
I'm sorry. But I'm done.
What a tease.
That's it? You're just giving up, just like that. You can't do this. We owe her.
Marianne is gone, Tyler. And nothing we do is gonna change that.
Don't go, please. You can't keep running from this alley, or it's only gonna get worse.
I have to save something for the next episode, you see.
Ouch! Watch it! You're stepping on my foot!
Now we get to see
Can
the
you hear what
actual
they're
events
saying?
anyways.
Quiet! We don't want Mom to catch us out of bed.
There's no money.
I've never asked you for anything, but right now they need you.
It's not gonna happen.
I've got everything I need to nail your ass in that barn.
And just what do you think happens after that?
What do you mean?
Well, if those kids have a father, you really think there's a court out there that'll let you keep them?
No! You have no claim to my children. Get the hell off my property, now! If you ever come back here, I'm going to kill you!
Allison?
I'm going to kill you.
No. No, no.
I'm going to kill you.
Conveniently covered, yes. We all like to wear yo dark hoods at night when it's not raining. Well, that didn't make a lot of sense. Well, it's got one more episode to tie it all together in a neat, tidy package. But a lot of it was predictable, especially with the child services thing. Still, we got one more episode to go and we'll be, put it away. Do a gamer stretch, everyone. Well done. You down it? No, well, then they got a lot of talking. You can fit a lot of plot into that much talking. So, Kat, how you feeling? Feeling good? You've been sitting there for a while. You got the blood flowing in yourself? Eat burger? I'll have to eat a burger tomorrow because it's, late right now. But thank you, Fartnado, for the 500 bits. I made Tyler gay for Michael. I had to make him gay for someone. It's Alaskan small town, everyone's gay for someone. There's not many people there. All the people actually leave. Not over just this chapter. I'm not really caught up on even if that, well, I guess so. Gonna go get some sleep, are you? No, you have a good night then. Now, these kids just had a lot of traumatic experiences. They just, conveniently forgot the trauma was too much. Both of them forgot the same exact memories, though. That seems a bit odd, doesn't it? You'd think one of them would have remembered all this. No, we both just push the same memories. Down. Deep down. Can't retrieve them. That's the most unbelievable part. Remember when Gangnam Style took over the world? Nah, that's old news though. There's many videos that have surpassed it. Someone overwrote their save game on their shared memory card. That is the best analogy you can come up with, isn't it? 50 bits from Lord Bowser. Isn't the Tyler romance just a straight relationship with extra steps? Ooh, I'm not dipping into that can of worms. I'll let you have that discussion. Biologically, yes, but philosophically, I guess not. I need more gamer stretches. Vaginally also. Oh, that's not really such of our meme using that situation though. Had to avoid using that meme too much. Mom seemed like she wanted to commit suicide. We'll find out there was a reason why she was like getting ready to like, go kill the guy or something. Or he was there that night, so he probably like attacked her or something. You know, he probably attacked her and she fought him off and went to get the gun, and then for some reason we misinterpreted things. On Twitter there are ads for Warian-like helmets. So one more step to dating a Tali, huh? You want that bad? You're just dating a cosplayer, my friend. Can we just lean into Metal Gear memes about such a lust for revenge? That's not even the best Metal Gear meme though. There's way better Metal Gear memes. I had to make that joke, did you? I won't blame you. I allow all types of humor. Only by laughing at ourselves can we then laugh at others. And not feel guilty about it, I guess. I have weird philosophy sometimes. I'm also sleep deprived. I got up early today trying to buy a RTX 3080 when they released. It didn't happen, so I got up early for nothing. Remember me harder, Snake. Yes. 6 bullets, more than enough. Now we're just all spouting Metal Gear memes. Our mom didn't manage to avoid drowning, now did she? Fell victim to the scalpers. I think it was like low stock, and as well as people using bots. Some people using bots. Pretty much the only people who got cards were like people who got them, you know, physically at a store somewhere. Most of the online stuff didn't happen. But sucks. Maybe I'll have better luck with a 3090. Who knows? I doubt it though. You ate 4 donuts. You are probably lifted then. That's a lot of sugar in the bloodstream. Yeah, there's a lot of the you know, receipts for 3080s up on eBay right now. Thankfully, people are trolling them by making outrageous bids for them that they have no intention of paying. Like, yeah, $10,000 for that graphics card, good sir. Mom couldn't tap the resist button fast enough. She got the bad ending. You remember that, chat? Whenever a character, you know, an NPC dies in a game, it's just because they made the decisions that got them the bad ending. Could have been avoided. Do I miss the days of people saying cowabunga? No one ever actually said cowabunga. That was only in the heads of the writers of certain cartoons. I don't ever recall anyone going cowabunga, dude, unless they were actually talking about the Ninja Turtles. But then again, I wasn't really into the Ninja Turtles at that time. Maybe a fad, maybe it's like an inner city thing. I don't know. Maybe they did that in New York where they came from. But where I lived as a kid, no one's ever said cowabunga. Go to sleep. I will be going to sleep soon. But first, I have to go check out all these cool VTubers that I simp to and donate all my money to them. Seems like a good plan. Tyler felt Allison discarded his feelings when choosing her memory at the house. Well, that's his problem now, isn't it? Tyler didn't feel heard about... Tyler is becoming a needy little bastard. Time when Allison accepted the house showing. Allison felt hopeful about becoming a family when Tyler forgave Eddie. Eddie was touched by Tyler's forgiveness. Michael was heartened by Tyler's compliment. Hearted, too, I am going to guess. Tessa felt rejected by the twins. Well, she kind of... well, I didn't actually get much of a choice in that. Maybe I didn't get the right information. I guess you probably had the first encounter go well with her. And I didn't. Enter. Robin says cowabunga. Yeah, but that movie wasn't going to make that a term anyone use.
There's something else. Look at this. What do you think? Should we give it a shot?
I think
Form
the
the
crafty
blood
goblins have
ritual.
one more hatch to sneak through.
Let's go.
Well, this really excites me. The next episode. Can't believe Tyler and Allison are going to join Smash. Who would have seen it coming? Make us whole, Tyler. Make us whole. You opened a VTuber in a private tab over $100 in under a minute? God, there's like some of them making way more bank than that. That's getting really popular these days. Who knows, I might have to have an anime avatar to compete. What should my character be, though? I'll have to come up with that one. So, chat, 2 episodes down, 1 more to go. We'll probably finish this tomorrow. You know, put it away. So we can get to working on something else. But chat, you've been great tonight. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed your time, and you're all excellent boys and girls. Very chill. Also, thank you for any bits tonight, as well as any subs or gift subs. Thank you for that. Thanks to the mods, as always. So, I will be streaming again tomorrow, same time. We'll do episode 3 of this, finish it, and then we'll call it, pack it away in a WinRAR file somewhere, till I feel like getting around to making a video on it, if I ever do. Other than that, chat, I wish you a great night, or morning, depending on what time zone you're in. If you haven't followed me yet here on Twitch, consider hitting that follow button. If you want to join my Discord, you can type in the Discord code down below. And join the community there. Keep the conversations going. I'm very sleepy and I feel full of, melanin. That's the stuff that makes you sleepy, right? Or melatonin, I think? Whichever one it is. I think it's melatonin. So I'm gonna head off to bed. Chat, you have a great one. Yeah, it's melatonin. Melanin is, what makes you, tan. I'm not tan at all. I am melanin deprived. Anyways, chat, you have a great night. I will see you tomorrow. Stay safe, and later.